All right, welcome back, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. So we're trying something a little bit new today. Never been done before. But today we are having our own IndianJesus Sunday service. This could definitely be something we do every week. So depending on how much you guys like it and how much I like it, we'll see how it goes. But I figure, a lot of shit goes on all throughout the week and we can't catch it all. But Sunday is that day where nothing is going on. So hey, CMT is in the building. Lopaka and Lopaka are here. What up? We are already having a party. So I pulled up a video to start us off, but much like the end of, or rather, much like last week's Saturday stream, this is a place where, again, it's what did we miss this week? So if you guys have something for me, an article, a video, or whatever, or if you just want to check out your channel, I'm happy to pull up your channel, go through some of your stuff, see what it is, see what we got, and we got Biggest Diggest in the house. Oh shit. CMT is right. We got a full house today. Only gonna grab up more. So I got a new mouse here, so it should make things a little bit smoother. I should be able to go right to here, boom, and play that without even anything. But the first video I brought up, obviously, we have been, see, that was all mouse. Obviously the Roe v. Wade thing is taking over everything. That is, I figured, a great place to start. Obviously, we did hours the other day talking about what I think and, what other people think. And a lot of that was about how we are having these conversations and setting the foundation for like, okay, what do these people think? What do those people think? So on and so forth. So I figure, Jacqueline Glenn over here is somebody that I've been following for a long time. When I first became an atheist in college, probably about 10, 15 years ago, that was her main thing, Jacqueline Glenn. She was an atheist channel. There just wasn't a lot of them at the time. And, not a great still here, but she's pretty cute. So I was like, hey, I'm with it. So let's get into that and see what she has to say about Roe v. Wade. The last thing I want to mention is, remember how I often talk about how the atheist community has now become co-opted by political dogma, whereas the religious people have their religious dogma. So let's see how far that really goes. Oh, I can play. There we go. Nope, wrong one. All right.
LOL, Jacqueline. This is so stupid to keep talking about. You just want attention with a clickbait title. Abortion is illegal and always will be. So stop wasting your breath on something just for the views. Literally, no one cares about this. Yeah, I think this video calls for some refreshments. Now, I don't really need to go through my personal opinion on this again. I mean, I think I covered it pretty extensively in that first video. You guys know I am very, very pro-choice, and that choice is one that has been stripped from many women because of this decision. Now, I want to go.
So even more interesting, she already did a video about this, and I'm guessing that she would have given her her basic, what does this mean? Kick back to the States, so on and so forth. So let's see if if she follows through and what else she has.
Over some of the typical things that I've been hearing from each side that either is flat out incorrect or requires a little bit more clarification.
That's
on
what
the
we're
right,
doing.
You have a lot of people saying things like, well, abortion might be banned in certain states, but you can still get abortion. It's not like you can't go somewhere else to get an abortion. I covered the point in my previous video of this overrunning clinics in states that do protect that right. But there could be legislation that happens that penalizes people for doing exactly that punishes you legally for traveling to another state to obtain an abortion. And this is so much of a threat.
So again, that is something that I had, not working. Okay, great. That is something that I had said that I hadn't heard whether that was really coming down the pipe, that women who were actually getting the procedure would get in trouble for it. As far as I understood, the only people in trouble in that situation would be the doctor who provided the the procedure. So I mean, maybe she's here and she'll teach me something new.
That several states right now are putting laws into effect that protect people from that exact thing. I'd also like to say that numerous different politicians on the right have made comments about how they're not done yet, they're only getting started, this is just the beginning, they have so much more work to do, we're gonna just keep taking away those rights, guys, let's just keep taking.
Well, but again, we remember that it's not about taking away rights, it's about extending rights. It's about the fact that people believe that the fetus is its own person. And so it's not about you. It's not about taking rights away from you. Rush is in the building. What is going on, Rush? Thank you for joining us. And what does Alpaca say? Her problem is no one told her her opinion was not worth a shit when she was a kid. I mean, I don't know if I directly agree with that. I do think she has some good opinions. But the fact is, when you are so used to seeing, of course, Rush, you're part of the crew, man. That's what we're doing here. It's when you're so locked into the narrative of that this is about women's rights and women this and women that, then you forget that that's not the way that everybody sees it. Jack Attack MMA also in the building. What is going on? British Jesus. All right. We got a Jesus crew in the house. And CMT says, so what's today's topic again? So with the Sunday service is something I'm trying to get going, where this can be just a place where, what did we miss this week? I'm not able to stream every day. When I do stream, I'm usually will do touch. You are my girl. So it's more of a weekly wrap up. What did we miss? What have I not talked about? Is there something that you guys have wanted me to talk about that I just didn't get to? That's what we're doing on the Sunday service, making sure we get a weekly wrap up, and we know exactly what's going on in terms of what is going on for the week past, so that as we go into the next week, we know exactly what's going on.
Them away. They're not done. And in my opinion, that means they are going to, at least a lot of these people, push for a nationwide abortion ban. I don't think they're going to stop until they get it. And I don't think they're going to stop at abortion. I think a lot of other rights that we all assume are ours will be taken away. I mean, we have gay marriage. A lot of people are saying...
So again, we have it's funny because people will talk about how with the gender bender stuff, that it's a slippery slope fallacy to talk about, oh, well, what comes next? Yet we already have children in strip clubs with drag queens and, doing all that stuff. But we're talking about extending human rights to what is arguably a human. You may not believe that that's the case, but a lot of people do. And so that's the argument. If that's what you are trying to say, then how come it's connected at all to gay rights or anything? That's the slippery slope argument. What's next?
Vitro fertilization, contraceptive rights. I mean, like they said, this is just the beginning. We don't know what's going to happen next. And I think it's a pretty scary road ahead, if I'm being honest. And the more I think about it, the more I realize I'm just holding.
Again, why so scary? What is so scary about it? She just got married. How many Smash Martians were you planning on getting? You just got married. If you're going to get pregnant, then it seems like you would want to keep it. And if you don't, then you know how to avoid that. We got Jimmy the Drunk in the house. Land of the free US or the free us? Free us? I like the free us. Welcome, Jimmy. Exactly. And Elo is in the house. What is going on? I'm not gonna say that out loud because I know what you mean, but the filters might not. But no, actually, I think that if women want to do their thing, hot girl summer, bad bitch, whatever, if you want to do all that, that's your choice. That's up to you. You get to do whatever the hell you want. That's the great thing about the land of the free us. We are free. We could do whatever we want to do. But I get to determine that, okay, if you're going to live that type of lifestyle, then I'm not interested in anything romantic or anything like that because of the choices that you made. Opaka says the framework of the law is sorry guys. I slept to 1:30 p.m. today. I meant to get up early, change a bunch of stuff from, I didn't read your book to over to the IndianJesus, and I did not mean to sleep that late. Anyway, Paka says the framework of the law is wrong. Just because it is popular doesn't mean the process is flawed and the framework of the law is illegal. Yeah, exactly. The I'm gonna guess that was a purposeful, it's good. It's exactly classic classic Elo. There you go. Yeah. So I mean, that's really what this is about, and that's the perspective that they're missing. Is just that you need to understand that that's not how everybody views this. You view it as, oh, my rights are being taken and da. But that's not what it is. And if you don't want your right to be taken away, it's not a right, it's a privilege. But if you don't want that privilege to be able to have the procedure taken away, then you need to argue it in a way that's going to be effective. And that is not effective. Oh, Jesus. Wrong button.
And I'm not actually drinking it. Much better. I also like to point out that a lot of people that are born in a conservative state or live in a conservative state, by the way, I live in Tennessee, so there we go. A lot of people, though, unfortunately are unable to travel, even if they could travel, which I am saying is probably going to be something that's banned. It makes things very difficult for people that are already in a very difficult situation. And I truly don't think that this is over, and I think we do need to fear the possibility of a nationwide ban. All these people are sitting there saying, oh, it's not in the Constitution, so it's not a right. We should leave it up to the states. Well, let's see how long they want to actually leave it up to the states, because at some point they're not going to want the states to have a right to be pro-life. I just don't think. But
that's the slippery slope fallacy. That's the slippery slope fallacy. If the states decide that they want the procedure, the states will have the procedure. California, New York, it's not going anywhere. This is a slippery slope fallacy on top of a straw man, because you just make an argument that isn't based in reality.
That's just me. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comment section below. The next thing I hear is that a lot of women are going to die as a result of this. And that's 100% true. That's just a fact. We know that.
Is it though? Is it really a fact that women are going to die because of this? No. I definitely understand the whole back alley procedure thing is going to come into play here. But how often are we really, instead of getting people to, just act in a way that doesn't lead to them being pregnant, then why are we talking about, how, women dying when that's not necessary? Oh, what do we have here? Jimmy the Drunk says, why are we still going by laws that were created 250 years ago? Because they were good laws to begin with. For the time, at least. Morty, what are you doing? Come on. This dog will not leave me alone. They were good laws, at least for the time. Then we've had a lot of amendments. As times have changed, technology, so on and so forth, culture has changed, and we update those things. There's a way to go through and update whatever it is that you would like, but you have to do it through the proper legal channels. And the proper legal channels have led us to Roe v. Wade being kicked back to the states for a vote. So again, it's not like no more abortion. That's not what's happening here. I mean, in some states, but federally, that's not what's happening. Elo says, my company sent an email saying they will pay women to travel to a different state to kill their own baby so that they continue working instead of being mothers. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, it makes sense from a purely capitalistic bottom line thinking point of view, but I mean, yeah, that's a big thing as to why women aren't hired as much to begin with, is that you have to expect that at some point the woman is going to likely have a family and need time off, and that comes into play when people are hiring and firing and not hiring. Exactly.
From how abortions were handled prior to Roe versus Wade. Women will get them no matter what. It's just whether or not they will get them safely. What I do want to focus on is
again, another argument with that is just the notion that just because something being banned will lead to people still doing it even though it's illegal. That's not a reason not to make it illegal, right? If we make murder illegal and we just say, well, people are going to do it anyway, so they're going to, and instead of going through a sanctioned whatever to get this weapon and that and whatever, it's going to be back up. So what? We just don't make murder illegal because it's going to happen anyway? That's just not how the laws work. What does Jack Attack MMA say? I think there should be more emphasis on supporting local and family-owned clinics instead of these big brand clinics. Interesting. Why? What do you think? What effect do you think that would have? Because I don't necessarily. I'm not really sure what exactly the effect would be there. At the end of the day, if you're looking to end the occurrence of the procedure, I'm not sure how a Planned Parenthood versus a mom and pop shop is going to change that. But hey, educate me.
Ectopic pregnancies. There are lots of people having a conversation around whether or not abortion will be banned in an instance where the mother's life is at risk. That if you have an ectopic pregnancy, which by the way is a pregnancy where the egg fertilizes and grows outside of the uterus, it's extremely dangerous and life-threatening. Most of the time, and this happened to my grandmother twice, it's where the embryo will actually implant in one of the fallopian tubes, at which point part of the tube might need to be actually completely removed. It's extremely common. About 1 in 50 pregnancies are ectopic, which is 2%. So a lot of people are talking about and confused about how this anti-abortion legislation will affect situations like an ectopic pregnancy where the mother's life is at risk. So what we're facing right now with Roe versus Wade being overturned, all of it does carve out situations like ectopic pregnancies. If the mother's life is at risk and she needs emergency care, that is something that will and should happen.
Yeah, and we knew that was going to be the case. That it even in the trigger law states that you're not going to have an all-out ban, that there is absolutely no exceptions. We know that we're going to be able to carve out exceptions for the typical things, the RPay, as we refer to it on this channel, interfamilial relations, as we refer to it on this channel, and then the last stream we talked about somebody who was in a situation. And they, it was the first time they had sex. They wore a condom, and the condom broke. And I was saying, hey, you know what? If you can prove that happened, I personally would be okay with giving that the okay to that procedure. It's like if you've taken the steps, it's not like you were reckless. And I understand that it's a very small percentage of people that's going to experience that. And so for that reason, because it's going to be such a small number of people who actually like, oh, I have the broken condom, then it's something that we could make a special case for. Jack says it's a very polarizing topic, but with unemployment numbers so low, we need as many women in the workplace as possible right now. I don't have all the answers. Neither do I, Jack. I don't think any of us do. Yeah, the unemployment being, or I think you mean being so high. We definitely do need more people in the workforce. But again, I'm not sure what the family-owned clinics versus the big brand clinics, what that would do. That's very, because that seems like a very interesting point. I'm just wondering more about where your thinking is on that. Let's dive back.
Problem is that the language in this legislation is so vague that it's going to cause a lot of confusion for healthcare experts, and they might not make the right decision fast enough, and time is of the essence. And a lot of these things, you have to make a quick decision or the mother's dead. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. That's just what's going to happen. I will link this article below, but a maternal and child health physician and internal human rights lawyer says the vague and unclear language in anti-abortion bills regarding ectopic pregnancy creates fear, stigma, confusion, and added expenses, all of which increase barriers to care. This decision has a...
I don't know, CMT. Do you think, did you just ask me to call you something different? Was that you? I'm sorry. I'm bad with names. So if you had asked me to call you something and I forgot, I apologize. But I don't know that if Jack's just being a funny guy, because he brings up a good point. The unemployment numbers are high. We need people in the workforce. If companies are saying, okay, well, if she is pregnant and then she's going to be pregnant in the workplace and then she has to go and take care of this baby, if you're just being, again, completely bottom line and not caring about the human aspect of it, it is better for you to say, all right, let me pay for her to go to the next state, get this procedure, and then she'll be right back in the workforce. So, I mean, I think it's a valid point. It's weird to think about things in that way because we're talking about human life, but sometimes people do think about it that way.
Pretty immediate effect because of the trigger laws in several states. I talked about this a lot in my last video. Again, I'll link it below. But currently those laws do not prohibit the removal of an ectopic pregnancy. But the vague language regarding what is and isn't legal could confuse healthcare professionals and cause them to delay care out of fear of being prosecuted. Another possible
that is a fair point. Now, if there's new laws in place and it takes time to figure out, okay, what are we allowed to do here for the doctors? Ideally, with the new laws coming down, we'll be able to understand that, and doctors will be able to understand that, and then have a new procedure, so they know, okay, if this is the situation, this is what we do. If that's the situation, that's what we do. But interesting point. Again, is that enough of a reason to say, okay, so we should allow the ending of a human life, supposedly? Maybe. So we're going a little off topic. CMT says, Jesus wants to, I want to ask, have you ever climbed any mountains? Not really. I did go to Hawaii in 2013. And if you are familiar with they call it the Stairway to Heaven, it's closed now, which, I really wanted to go. But I think I hurt my leg or something, and I stayed back and just hung out at the resort while all my friends, it was a bunch of us that went to Hawaii, just a trip to hang out and be together one last time as we were young before we all grew up and grew apart, and that was part of it. And I didn't get to go, so I don't have much experience there. I do not have a favorite mountain. Elo here says there is zero discrimination against women in the hiring process. Legally, yes, but I don't know that's just not true. There's definitely unconscious biases that people have, and it's definitely not across the board, but they definitely exist. Absolutely. Another off-topic question, which I do welcome. I'm just saying it is off topic. So if you're just listening, we're veering off a little bit. Jack asks, do I have a favorite philosopher? I typically would want to say either Nietzsche, which is pretty typical, or Descartes, which is also pretty typical. But I think those answers and those philosophers are important because they are fundamental. With Descartes, you have the whole I think, therefore I am. And that is the foundation of my understanding of the world. As I was a religious person, I had that stuff. Then you become an atheist and you have to figure out, okay, what is it that I think? What is it that I believe? How do I view the world? And so Descartes, Rene Descartes did exactly that. I think it was back in the 1600s. And he was just like, okay, what if I needed to make everything that could possibly be fake, get rid of it. And what is it that I can know for sure? And that's where I think, therefore I am came from. So I really do like that. There's, Elo says human resources is entirely made up of women. So is a lot of, there's a lot of industries that are just women. A lot of multi-level marketing stuff is just women. Obviously hair, makeup, that type of stuff is mostly women. What else? You don't see a lot of men in office, other, yeah, I guess human resources would cover that. But yeah, I don't know that means that where there is no discrimination, that it's, even though there's discrimination against Black people, there's still Black people in the workforce. You know, it's not quite that simple. We're gonna leave that one alone for now. But thank you, Lopaka. Jack says, I've asked a lot of people that question, and very few gave a real answer. Thank you. No problem, Jack. I very much appreciate the question. I'm really into philosophy. Kierkegaard's another good one. Sartre is, I think he was a psychologist, but a lot of good names there. Oh, Morty, you got a shout out. CMT says your dog is so cute. Yes, that is Morty. He is going to be 13 in a couple months. So no, he was not named after Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty was named after him. Yep, he's 13 years old. He says all job applications go through HR departments. They're the ones who filter applicants and then arrange them to go through further interviews. Yeah, but again, there's still even if you understand that there's women looking at the papers, there's still a corporate culture where they understand what the implications of hiring another woman is, of hiring another black person is, of hiring another white cis male is. These things are present, and even if they're not completely outwardly discriminating or giving extra opportunities, it's still there's still an aspect of it. Jack's down with Kierkegaard. What is good? So HR isn't only made up of women, but women who are unqualified for the job position people are applying for. That's why they're in HR. I'd say, by and large, definitely that is correct. You don't see a lot of highly driven people in HR. You don't see a lot of people who are very well, jack of all trades kind of people in HR. And if you do, then that's few and far between. It's just not a situation, or it's not a situation. Rather, it's not a position that really speaks to a man who is trying to get out there and succeed. There's kind of a ceiling when it comes to HR. There's not too far that you can go. He also says corporations want to hire women and minorities. That's all they talk about. Exactly. That's my point. But even though they want to hire, they don't want to hire them because that's what they want. They want to hire them because of the culture. And so, well, Jack just kicks my argument in the ass. If this is true, Elon Musk used to work in HR. Like I said, few and far between. But that is very interesting. Yeah, Elo, but the fact that they want, and you put it in caps there, they want to hire women and minorities because of the because of how it looks, because of the culture that, ooh, look, we're virtue signaling, we got this, we got diversity and all that stuff. That's where the notion of, okay, even though if you're a black woman and you're saying, okay, I'm gonna hire this white guy, in the corporate culture of saying, ooh, another white guy, gets the job, that. And so that's going to affect things in your mind when you're doing your job, when you're reading the applications, when you're weighing, okay, how many people applied, all that kind of stuff. But very interesting. Let's see if we can. All right, I'm going to let this play. Let me see if I can find something on how does HR work. That
application is that these people, these lawmakers, have just no base knowledge in science to understand what constitutes a pregnancy and how dangerous certain situations like this can be. They just don't understand the physiology or any of the science behind it. And then
I'm gonna do a hard switch, and I'm gonna guess that you guys are kind of we got our Roe v. Wade for the day. Let's add this and see how it plays into what we've been talking about. Perfect. We'll just pick the first one. Let's full screen that. This is exactly what I want from the weekly wrap up, guys. This is exactly what I want. I want to be able to have these things that, this isn't going to come up in a normal stream. This isn't going to come up while we're talking about Roe v. Wade specifically. This kind of stuff, we just started talking about it. And you guys are as much a part of the show as I am. So here we are.
Understanding how to manage human resources will be key to your success as a business leader. Believe it or not, many business people with great business strategies, plans, and products fail because they do not fully grasp the importance of human resource management. Thomas J. Watson, the founder of IBM, said, "You can get capital and erect buildings, but it takes people to build a business." Managers use a lot of words to describe how valuable people are to their organizations. Human resources, human capital, intellectual assets, and talent all imply that people play a vital role in business success. No matter what part of the business you're dealing with, whether it's figuring out where to put a new plant, designing a new product, formulating your strategy, or developing a cost structure, every single business issue ultimately becomes a people issue.
And that's a big aspect of why women are so drawn to HR, is that it's not actually doing the thing. It's dealing with the people who are doing the thing. And that's that's really, again, why it appeals to women more often.
At the heart of it, you've got to have people with the right skills, opportunities, and motivation to face those challenges and achieve business success. This is the essence of human resource management, to manage people in a way that drives business success. To drive success, human resource management involves a wide variety of activities, including analyzing a company's competitive environment and designing jobs.
So again, we want to be paying attention to what here is appealing to women versus what is appealing to men. And again, everything that they're saying is like, yep, right down the board. If you remember, I think not James O'Keefe, James something, I don't remember. He worked at Google, but he put out a thing about why it happens that women tend to like working customer service, front end type stuff, and men tend to like working on the back end, the engineering, the algorithms, and stuff like that. And he put that out as to say, like, hey, this is how you guys could be happier. But it got so twisted up, and it was saying just by observing that women are a certain way and that men are a certain way, it was people were trying to make it out like he was prescribing that, like, oh, women can only do customer service and only the men are good enough for the algorithmic and engineering stuff. But that's just not how it works. We've seen in Scandinavian countries where there's a huge level of egalitarianism when it comes to what can women do, what can men do, what jobs do people pick. And we see that in those countries, women tend to choose a certain type of job, and men tend to choose their types of jobs. It's not a force of patriarchy or anything. It's just people are different.
The company's strategy can be successfully implemented. This in turn requires selecting the right people, developing their skills to meet strategic objectives, and motivating them toward a common goal. So, if you enjoy bringing people together for a common purpose, coaching and training people to succeed in an organizational setting, and making sure people are properly rewarded and recognized for the work they do, then human resource management may be the career for you. To provide additional insight on whether HR management is the career for you, we've gone out to ask some experienced managers questions about why they chose HR as a career.
All right, so we got a dude here. We got a dude here in HR. Let's see if what that means, what he has to say. How different is it going to be with a man and a woman? And does that say something about who this guy is as a man?
Answers. What do you love about HR?
I love the variety in HR. I am an HR generalist, which means I work in organizational talent and training and hiring and recruiting. I work in organizational structure, helping to reorganize companies and restructure them or bring in companies that are being acquired.
It's actually an interesting field. I had a great mentor once that talked about
we got another dude.
Why he went into the field of OB and HR after doing undergraduate work in finance. And something resonated really well with me. Basically, it said that no matter what business or organizational issue you're dealing with, that could be entering a new market, that could be designing a product, that could be solving some analytical challenge or technical challenge, every single business issue or organizational issue ultimately becomes a people issue.
So again, just like they said earlier, the idea that, this is all about people, he doesn't seem like somebody who's going to be good at those aspects, the being driven and all that, coming through and making sure that the people who do the stuff have what they need to do the stuff. That's what this guy seems like. Oh, I missed this here. Ooh, a favorite band or musician. That's a tough one. So I grew up, CMT, you are absolutely right. I definitely grew up on metal and punk. I was, in the heart of the MySpace, the MySpace emo scenester era. That was my whole thing. I was definitely more on the metal side than the emo side. I guess you'd call it the screamo side, but we in the scene, we hate when you talk about that. If I had to name a band specifically, I would say August Burns Red has been one of the bands that has really, really been pivotal to me. And as I've gotten older and I've gotten more into this world, the YouTube podcast streaming world, I don't have as much time to sit and listen to music and follow music anymore. I got the advice from somebody who is in the manosphere space and just about bettering yourself. And they said to turn your car into a learning center. Turn your car into a learning center. Yeah. CMT, I've not heard of Darko US. Again, I haven't heard of any new bands in probably the last 10 years. I haven't been listening. I haven't been paying attention. But that's because instead of, I drive a lot for work. As a dog trainer, I drive all around the state, all around the county. And that's a lot of time. I spend more time in the car than I do actually training dogs. And so instead of just listening to music, which I love and makes me feel great, why not you use that time to learn and to, become better at everything that I want to do? And so I have a list of my podcasts. I don't listen to music in the morning when I'm getting ready for work. I've got, the YouTube channels that I listen to or watch, and I put that stuff on. And, it's done well for me. And because I was so into music when I was younger, I have an endless list of stuff. I've got I started as a ska fan. My first show was Mustard Plug. Then I got, like I said, I went through a punk phase. I remember being super into Anti-Flag, which is funny looking back at how anti-establishment they were. And, when I was, 13 years old, I was like, yeah, fuck the government, fuck the, and I had no idea what I was talking about. But, I went through, then, like I said, the emo thing came around and I was a little bit more into that. Then as it was around 2008. So when I was a senior in high school, that's when the metal and emo scene started getting extreme. And it was just about whatever you could do that was heavier, faster. And that's where grindcore came in. And I was just like, all right, this is a little much for me. Jack, I have not heard the story of how August Burns Red got their name. And yeah, just the grindcore was just a little too much for me. Census Fail is another one of my pivotal bands. That's during that time, Census Fail showed me a different type of music. Especially I was listening to stuff like Less Than Jake, stuff like Anti-Flag. It was very simplistic, whereas Census Fail did a lot more in the songwriting area. It was it showed me much more about what you could do with music, and that really opened me up. And then another band that did that was RX Bandits. If you guys don't know RX Bandits, especially Jack, if you're into metal and you're into ska, go check out RX Bandits. They are the band that showed me what progressive actually means. See, in music, progressive is a good thing. In politics, it's a terrible thing. But just the notion of, I used to think of songs as having a intro, verse, pre-chorus, chorus, bridge, verse, chorus, and that's how you make a song. It wasn't until bands like RX Bandits that we'd have this part and then a beginning, and then they go slow into this part and then a completely new part, and it would be like telling a story through just a single song. And that really changed how I looked at music. And again, August Burns Red is definitely one of the bands that does that in their own genre. So let's see let's see what's Jack got for us. So the old vocalist dated a chick called August, who he dumped. Then she set fire to his dog. Oh, his dog hut with the dog inside. Jesus. So the next day, the newspaper headline read August Burns Red. That's crazy. That's crazy. I actually think I do remember hearing about that. But oh man, that's wild. That's wild. What about you guys? What kind of music are you guys into? What's some music that we should check out? That actually, I don't know if we can get away with that. We can't get away with music. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to get away with music. But let's dive back into where's the playlist? Should have had this open. Let's just go back. And so yeah, as I go through videos throughout the week, what I do is if there's something that I like, then I think that I could use and I want to show it to you guys, I'll just plop it on a playlist. And then that's what we could do with these Sunday service. It just go through and talk about this stuff. So I had been talking, we had that stream about Amanda Seales. Or actually, it wasn't a stream. I just did a video about Amanda Seales, and she was talking about Kevin Samuels. And that really, had me a little shook. It's like, how are you speaking about the dead like this? And you're talking about how you've seen so much of what this man does, and then completely mischaracterizing what it is that he does. So somebody who does really, really well in terms of extending the legacy of Kevin Samuels is this channel, We Need to Talk. If you're not familiar, I definitely suggest checking them out. But it's the same type of conversations, but they're a little bit more accessible.
Okay. Yes, I'm British. I lived in London for 14 years of my life, and there were some similarities and there were some differences. I went to all girls school in London, and there was majority Black. And I've lived in America for 8 years, and I've obviously conversated with a lot of women. So I know.
Conversating. The word is conversing.
The comparison. I would say African American women can be a little bit more jealous than.
So, the title of this is Authority, Privilege, and Accountability. Kevin Samuels started this conversation, so that's where we're coming in.
British
so I don't really know what she's talking about either.
Listen, it's the message right here. Black boy, tell me how you really feel, because I just want to build with you. Black girl, tell me how you really feel.
So give me a 1 in the chat if you know who Kevin Samuels is, and give me a 2 in the chat if you know who Kevin Samuels is and you didn't like him.
I want to keep it real with you. I want to live better, eat better. I want to love better, sleep better. Yeah, I want to feel so aligned.
So, on the second point that you made about what women need to do, you hit the nail right on the head. There are a lot of men who complain about those things. And they complain, for instance, that a lot of Black women make their femininity conditional. So they're only going to be soft and all the things that you talked about after this list of demands are met. But our masculinity has to be right off top. Like right off top, I want you opening doors and I want you paying for meals and things like that. A lot of men are saying that doesn't make sense.
Nobody knows who Kevin Samuels is?
So the question that I have is, and I want you to answer this for yourself and maybe include a story or a conversation you had with your girlfriends. Do y'all want a partner or a leader?
Both.
Of course she wants both.
I want.
Talk to me. What does that look like?
I want a man I can go to for advice. And if I need help, he's there to back me up. I want a man who's, who just does some boss ass shit. And I'm just like, ooh, that's what I want. A leader. Like, I don't want a man that's just, blowing in the wind. You know what I'm saying? I'm not somebody who knows he's going straight, he's going left, he's going right. Because I don't. I need somebody to lead me. I don't want to be with somebody, who's just like me. I want somebody to provide me some direction. And I want somebody to back me up. And that's where partner comes in.
She just wants it all. That's the underlying message there. It's, I just want it all. I want, the perfect man who does everything that I want him to do and nothing that I don't want him to do. And he has to look the way I want him to look. He has to talk the way I want him to talk, all that stuff. And that's something that I deserve, that I'm entitled to.
Push back a little bit. Because when I visualize a partner, right, I visualize somebody who's beside me. When I visualize a leader, I visualize somebody who's in front of me.
Boom. When I visualize a partner, I vision somebody who's beside me. And a leader is somebody who's in front of me. That's important. That is a great way to break that down. And point being that you can't be in front and beside at the same time, can you?
How can we be both?
You can be both.
Explain.
You don't have to be like literal, like, you know.
Men tend to be literal, so you gotta break it down. You gotta break it down for us. I'm seeing like, okay, you want me here or you want me here? Like, wait,
Exactly.
Am I driving or am I in the passenger seat? Like, what are we talking about?
I mean, like, I feel like you can know. Like, there's men that,
I feel like,
you know, are being leaders, but they're still your partner. Like, I don't know. Because you
what?
can confide in them as your partner, and you can also ask for advice or direction. So you need somebody who's well-rounded. And that's the thing. Well-rounded men are scarce.
Can you confide in a
Well-rounded men are scarce. She's well-rounded. I wonder how many well-rounded men are actually seeking out anything from her, for her to be able to tell how many well-rounded men there really are.
leader?
A good leader, you could. And if you can't confide in him, then you don't
He's
need
not a
him.
good leader. Okay, so how are we both? I can confide in a leader, right? But a partner can't lead me because we're equals.
Wait, say that again?
I can confide in a good leader, right?
Volkanovski is super well-rounded. I'm still wondering how that third fight is going to go. And, if there is, maybe we could do that next. I'll pull up some, because I didn't even, I wasn't feeling well last night. I didn't spend much time on the Filthy Casual MMA watch party, and I didn't even see the main card. So if it was something crazy, let me know. We'll talk about that. Like I said, this is your show just as much as it is mine.
Right? Because they're in front of me, and sometimes they might come back to talk to me and give me direction. But a partner can't lead me. But we're saying that somebody can be both. How?
A partner can't lead me.
Or do you think a partner can lead? Or do you think a leader?
Sometimes you bounce ideas off each other. So it'll be like, it's not necessarily leading, but it's working together to go forward. I don't know, but I don't know.
You can tell this is something she's never thought about before. And I'm not, trying to come down hard on her specifically, but we're just in an age where women don't have to think about this stuff. They just kind of go through life and, men just appear to them. And it just doesn't work that way for men, especially if you're not a high value man. And it's tough to see, but it's nice to see that we are approaching an age when we can have these conversations with women. And maybe Kevin Samuels was a certain type of way that conversation would go down. And I think a lot of women did need that type of very harsh approach. I do think that was necessary for a lot of these women. But there's a lot of women who just that turned them off so much that they didn't even get to listen to his message. Vis-a-vis, Amanda Seales said she used to watch him all the time. And then what did he do? What did she say? That he was misogynist and this and that, when clearly that wasn't the case. That he was materialistic. And it's like, no, hon, that's not what we were talking about. The women who brought it up or brought up the material things are the reason that we were talking about those things.
Let me ask you this way. If two men in front of you, right? Man A is a leader. Just straight up and down, he's a leader. Man B is the best partner you can ever pray for. Which man are you going to? And why?
It's hard.
Yeah, no shit.
That's a hard question.
We ask hard questions here.
Because I'm just picturing leader, in somebody. I mean, I would want somebody who works beside me so we can grow together. So partner. That's what I would want. Because a leader, might be a good leader.
So we're now almost 7 minutes into this conversation, and she still can't get past I want a leader and a partner. Like, we've already established that you can't be both. So what is it that you want?
Anything, but at the same time, you have this person who is, showing you that they're devoted to working with you, you get there further. And you have that history. I don't know. But then a leader, it's like you could go to them and ask for direction and do it on your own.
Not necessarily. I think they would still help you. A good leader would still, because me personally, I believe in servant leadership.
Okay.
So that means instead of me standing on the top of a mountain and telling people to come up, I go down and help push them up.
Okay.
Right. So that's the type of leadership I believe in, whether in the family or whether in, in your community, in your country, state, whatever. Now, the problem tends to be, I think some women aren't being honest.
Aren't being honest? Honest about what?
About
anything?
What they actually want. Because, for instance, one of the big conversations right now is 50-50, right? Like, should the man pay all the bills or should we split it 50-50? What do you think the leader would say to that? And what do you think the partner would say to that?
I think the leader would say, I got you, babe.
What do you think the partner would say?
Split it some way. Not necessarily 50-50, but they would want you to do more than just, chill.
And then you're not a partner. Exactly. You want your cake and you want to eat it too.
So what do you want?
Huh?
What do you want?
I don't
do you
know.
want the I got you, babe? Or do you want the some split?
I want the got you, babe. That's it.
So you want a leader.
Which is fair. Which is fair. If you want a leader, that's fine. But then don't be expecting somebody who's going to, be soft, and you have to submit to that person. And I know, women often don't like the word submit, but let's just say play along. You have to play nice with that dude from the beginning. A dude like that has women that will do whatever and are waiting for him to call. If you're there trying to shit test him, why would he deal with you? Especially if you're not physically at the top of, the range, let's say.
I want that. You're right. But I do want that. Okay. I do want that. Like, you do. And I'm going to sit here and flex like you do.
And do we honestly think that this is like unfair? Do we think that this is not how women think? Are there women out there who know what they want and go down the list? Of course. We're not saying those women don't exist. But are we saying that is anybody willing to say that this is something that we would have to search wide and far? We'd have to have 10, 15 interviews just to get somebody like this? Or is this a little bit more just kind of typical? Pocket says, simping ain't easy. Well, it seems to be a lot easier than making something of yourself and not having to simp. But wouldn't know.
Why do you think that's so hard for women to admit sometimes?
It's not necessarily hard. I mean, for people that don't say they're lying, because everybody would want somebody to pay their bills. That's plain. That's simple. But sometimes when you do have a man that pays the bills, it comes with consequences. He's controlling, wants you to be here at this time, wants you to pick up every time he calls, Then
yeah, Lil Pocket's exactly right. Women want what's theirs, and that includes your half. Her money is her money, and your money is y'all's money. Her money is her money, and your money is y'all's money. That's the mindset. And they will admit that. They won't be coy about that. Rush says, do you think she's a bit of a munter? I do not know what a munter is. Can you please enlighten me as to what is a munter? Munter? Yeah, I don't know what that means. Jamie Dean is here. Welcome, Jamie. Too bad you're not Jimmy, but I'll await Jimmy's return while you're here, Jamie, everything is unfair. Fairness is a Mickey Mouse concept. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Opaka says, that's a man. That's a man. He don't take shit. And when he call, you better answer. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm thinking as well, Rush, if you could give us a clue as to what that means, or you can keep us in the dark.
His terms and conditions to his money.
Might be funnier that way.
So
Somebody in the comments the other day said, and I want you to react to this. They said, most women want the authority of men, the privileges of women, and the accountability of children. What are your thoughts?
She need to take a big old gulp because she's like, damn, that's real. That's some real shit. Let's run that back. What exactly did they say? Said most women
want the authority of men, the privileges of women, and the accountability of children. What are your thoughts?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm guilty.
Fair enough. At least she's being honest. At least she's being honest. And I say that somewhat facetiously, but you see a lot of women, and way too often, that will know that this is the case and know that they are guilty of this type of thinking and understand what's happening in the conversation. But because of that sign language, shame, insults, need, and guilt, and the need to be right, because of that sign language, they will know that they are wrong. You will know that they're wrong. They will know that you know that they're wrong, and they'll know that you know that they know that they're wrong, and they'll still argue. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right.
Those categories. Really?
Tell me why. Like what? Because I want a.
So Opaka brings up a very basic question of we're in a tent. I'm in a tent with my chick, and we hear a growl outside. And then he asks, "Who do you think will have to go outside first?" I absolutely would take the initiative and say, "This is my responsibility." I wouldn't have to have a discussion about it. I wouldn't have to have her ask me for it. I wouldn't sit back and wait and see if she's going to go first. I would just go because I'm the man, and that's what if for no other reason, if I sit there, I'm like, babe, can you go check? You think we're okay? You think I'm getting laid that night? Gavin. That's, it's, and a lot of guys get caught up in this partner 50-50 talk. And like, well, and because again, in this situation, it's not like I'm not going to be scared. If we're in the woods and there's something growling, I'm going to be scared of it. But that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, I have responsibilities. And as a man, there's certain things that rest on my shoulders that don't rest on yours. And as a woman, there's certain things that I expect, because that is the case, there's certain things that I expect from you. But what they want is to just get that assumption that I'm going to go outside first, and they don't have to pick up on, they don't have to pick up the slack anywhere else. They just get whatever they want. Then when it comes time to I've been working a long day and I want to come home and have something to eat. You can fix it your damn self. Like, whoa, hold on. What about the tent situation? What about that?
Let's say my 17-year-old brother's watching this, right? Mm-hmm. I want him to gain a better understanding of because I feel like there is something there to learn from.
There is. You just gotta just gotta find your one and work through it.
What does that mean? This is why you never go to women for dating advice. You just got to find your one and work through it. Actionably, what does that mean? She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She's not even technically wrong, but she doesn't know what that really means. She doesn't know what behaviors and actions that translates to, and she's never had to. Always, Rush. I always hold the door open for men or women because I think that's a polite thing to do. And I've gotten negative response. I've gotten women who are like, I don't need you to do this for me. Like, all right, well, then I'll, I can close the door for you if you want, but I was about to hold it for the best thing that ever happened. One time there was a woman who was like that. And she's like, I don't need you to hold the door open for me. I was just like, oh no, my friend's like 5 steps behind you. I don't really care about you. And it was glorious because I wish it was one of those things where you wish it was you would say that hoping it was true when it wasn't, but the timing was just perfect. I was meeting my friend there was this bar at the mall that was close to us. And you go in through the mall and then you go out and into the restaurant and there's a patio and all that stuff. And so I was just getting there. I get to the door, I go to pull it open, and like a normal human being, I turn around to see if anybody is there. I see her, and dude's behind her. So I hold the door open. And she walks in. She's like, I don't need you to hold the door open for me. She didn't stop and need the ask me to close the door so that she could open it by herself. She was happy to walk through the open door. But I was like, yeah, nah. Buck says, no way a real man would use his secret weapon. You send her out and nag the shit out of the monster that what? No way. A real man would use his secret weapon. You send her out and nag the shit out of the monster that I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Jimmy Dean says, strategy C, you both hide under the blanket and hope for the best. I'm guessing we're going back to the woods. You both hide under the blanket and hope for the best. If you don't die, then you're primed for we almost died sex. Yeah. But maybe you die. And then maybe she's a boss bitch and she's like, if you ain't going to do something, I'm going to do it. And now you're really in a bad way. Jimmy doesn't like hippies. What's wrong with hippies? I like to refer to myself as a neo-hippie. It just means that I'm a hippie, but also I take showers and shave and shit.
Everyone's different. You just got to find the one you can, everything's not going to be perfect. You're going to have something that's wrong with the person. And you have to love them enough to, be willing to work on it. If they have anger issues, recommend therapy. Shoot.
That's real equality, Jack. That's real equality. Hell yeah.
Go with them. Do something because you love them and you want it to work. And then when you notice you just keep trying, it doesn't work, then that's just not the person. There's no way to say, all black girls are like this, all black girls are like that, because everyone's different. You just got to find the one that you can 95% tolerate. And
drop a one if you are drinking on this fine Sunday afternoon. Usually, I've been saying I'm gonna make them pay because I drink the same shit all the time. So they're gonna have to pay if they want to see it on screen. But just for the Sunday service, I want to show you guys. I'm checking out a new flavor of Truly's. It's the kiwi mojito style. Let's see. Pretty good. Pretty good. But see, what I've been doing is mix. I don't know. The mojito. I don't love the mintiness of the mojito. It works for this, but I don't know. Got to stay hydrated. Well, I've actually got my other brand that needs to pay me. I'm mixing I'm doing like three parts of LaCroix, and then I'll mix some of the Truly lemonade with the Truly what do they call this pack? The poolside. Either that or the Truly iced teas, because the iced teas are a little bit bland, and the lemonades are a little bit too sweet. But you mix them together, beauty. And then you put some non-alcoholic stuff in there, and you don't even have to remember about it. You just keep drinking, and you'll stay hydrated all the way along. See, you got to use your noggin.
Work through the 5% together. And that's what love is, working together to get to the main goal of coexisting.
So I think you might have an interesting take on this, because you are British and you live in the United States, but you're also Jamaican. All right, so
Jamaica in the building. For those who don't know, My mom was born and raised in Jamaica. And so, well, my dad was born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago, which is another Caribbean island. But I am a Caribbean boy, island boy. So shout out.
Like a foreign person who's here, right? So one of the members, his name is S. Webb, shout out to him. He said, do you think Black men have better options overseas? Because what's
Did we hear that? Let's go back.
happening right now, there are options overseas. He said, do you think Black men have better options overseas?
What do you guys think? Give me a 1. I need to make a banner for this. Give me a 1 in the chat if you think, and again, he's saying Black men, but since we're not Black, or we, meaning me, we're not solely Black. Let's just say people. Do we think men have better options overseas? Yes or no? 1 for yes, 2 for no. I'm waiting. 1 for yes, better options overseas. 2 for no, better options in the grand old US of A. Not seeing any comments, guys. Wow, you gonna do me like that? Wow. All right, I see how it is. Okay then.
Because what's happening right now, like there's another YouTube channel.
There we go.
There's another YouTube channel. It's called Zoom to Thailand. And he was I think he was a Hollywood producer, and he went to Thailand recently, like moved to Thailand. He's got a girlfriend, the whole nine. And he's talking about how Thai women and foreign women in general are a lot more feminine, a lot more submissive, a lot more tolerable, kind of like you put it. And a lot of men are actually talking about getting their passports because they're tired of dealing with certain aspects of Black women in this.
Too bad they don't know that it's lady boy. No, I'm just kidding. But it's part of the culture. Depending on where you go, of course. But it's part of the culture for women to act a certain way and to fulfill a certain role. The notion is that it's the American culture that has led women to become so combative and make it so difficult for not only for men to find women that they want to deal with, but for women to find men that they feel are up to snuff for them. Whether or not they're a 3, 4, 5, they still feel like they are a 10. So Jack says, wherever the most amount of options would be. That is not a full sentence. Yeah, you guys gotta help me out. I can't read your tone of voice or anything. So you gotta full sentences, punctuation really help. False advertising. Who's false advertising? In the USA? I don't know. I think, I think that I have a feeling, just kind of out of nowhere, that the more southern states, although this boss girl, modern woman ideology is something that, gotcha. Yes, that is definitely false advertising. Well, from what I know, they will tell you, and you get to decide. But I guess some do and some don't, But I think even though the boss chick thing has spread all across the world, not just the country, I think the alternative for, let's say, a New York girl is not going to be as drastic and you're not going to get that feminine conservative, not politically conservative, but culturally conservative, traditional type woman as easily as I think you might find in the South. Is anybody from the Southern United States that maybe hasn't always lived there or has dated up north or vice versa and can validate that? I've always thought, the whole Southern Belle thing, maybe I just need to move in the South and see what's there. But, I just don't know. So you guys let me know.
States. So do you think Black men actually have better options overseas, or do you think they're tripping? Pun intended.
Better options. Whew. That's a question that I don't know. I feel like if you want a Thailand woman, get a Thailand woman. But
well, that's not the point. That's not the point, right? It's not that you are specifically that men are specifically looking for Thai women. The point is that women are men are looking for women of a typical or a specific level of femininity and what they'll do for their lives. And it's not that they want a Thai woman. It's just that it seems like the Thai culture leads women to be those type of women. That's what it seems like she's missing. Jack with the good one, Jack. Good one, Jack. Biggest Digger says that goes to structure and rules. The more we change things because of our feelings, shit like her happens. Yep. And again, I don't think that she's some horrible woman. She seems like a, decently nice person. And, she seems like if we, were to meet at a bar and we were hanging out, there's no reason we couldn't have fun and enjoy each other's company. But I'm certainly not trying to put any effort into that. And that's not just because I'm tiny. It's because she's not. Sorry.
I have their issues too. You just are more tolerable of Thailand women issues. And that's okay, but everyone has something wrong with them. Everyone. They could be all feminine now, but they're nasty, disgusting. Like you stink. They don't like to shower. You know what I'm saying?
I think Biggest Diggus brings up a good point here, that she seems a bit jaded. But the problem is that so many women are. So many women are. That's not something uncommon. And I think that this is why Kevin always talked about therapy. Because no sound from the video? Yeah, let me know if that was, is this from the video? But yeah, I think that is exactly my point, is that this jaded nature of looking at the world has infected everybody. And the best you'll find is still going to have this type of thinking in the back of their minds. And it doesn't come out of nowhere. There's a lot of weak ass dudes out there. It doesn't come from nowhere. These ladies deal with men. They may not be the best kind of men, but they deal with men. There's a lot of shitty dudes out. There's a lot of shitty dudes out there. So yeah, guys, if it does cut out, just throw me one of these. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, the notion that she seems jaded is not something that or rather is something that I would expect from the average woman. And then I would expect that as a man, you understand the landscape, that if you are the type of dude who can be in a position where you're expecting women to follow your lead, then you need to understand that most dudes are not like you. Most dudes are just weak-ass beta dudes. And because these women are just dealing with whatever they can get and assuming that they're at the top of the totem pole, and so whatever guy they're dealing with also must be at the top of the totem pole, they make these assumptions that, oh, the guys at the top are shit, when really they're dealing with dudes that are down here. That's the issue. That's where they get confused.
This girl might have a bad tone, but this girl, she doesn't use deodorant. So it's just like, everyone is going to have an issue. You just got to pick what's for you and work with it, because different cultures do different things.
It's actually an interesting point that reminds me of an episode of How I Met Your Mother, which is the best sitcom ever, period, end of story. But there is an episode where Ted, the main character, had been left at the altar previously, and he is trying to get into a new relationship, and he's talking to this girl, and everything that she says, he's like looking really deep into, and it's like, oh, she's got this baggage, she's got that baggage, she's got that baggage. And the end of the episode, the moral of the story is that we all kind of have our baggage. We all kind of have shit that we've been through. And yes, it is up to you to deal with that shit and to make sure you get you get whatever kind of help you need to deal with those things. But you can't expect to be 30 years old and dating and find somebody who's just pristine, who's never been in a bad relationship, who's never, name it, go down the list. People have baggage, and there definitely is truth to what this girl is saying about find someone who's got the baggage that you can deal with, and go for it. So I definitely agree with that. Packet says, is that the real reason they want to be a man is to be equal? Then they go get bottom surgery. Or is that two different? Is that the real reason they want to be a man? Bro, I mean, I'm trying. I don't know if English is your second language. I appreciate you speak English better than I speak Spanish, but I'm having trouble. If we could clean those up and a little punctuation and question marks and stuff like that, it'll be much easier for me to read. Let me give it one more. Is that the real reason they want to be a man is to be equal? CMT, what is a woman? A woman is an adult human female. An adult human female. Quite simple. Quite simple.
So right now, statistically, I think they say 27%, only 27% of Black American women are going to get married.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Only 27%.
Why that?
Well, it's because of a lot of the reasons that Black men talk about. And I think your point is very interesting, because I think Black men are saying, I'm more willing to deal with a woman who stinks versus a woman with a stinky attitude. And Black women
fucking preach. Oh my God. I'm more willing to deal with a woman who stinks than a stinky attitude. Oh my God. Bars. Right? I feel like if I found a girl who was just like on board, just down for the get down, ride with me. Maybe she stinks a little bit. I mean, like, if you stanky, then we might have to do something about that. But like, maybe you just got a little bit of BO. That's better than like, you ain't shit. I don't need no man. Bars. That bars.
Have a stinky attitude. So even though the Thai woman has her own issues, those issues are more tolerable, or I'm more willing to interact with those than these issues. So like, what do you have to say to that? And like, what's been your experience?
I guess it gotta fix our attitudes.
But what's been your experience kind of, with Black British women versus Black American women? Do you see any consistencies, or like, we're all kind of the same?
Okay.
Tell the truth.
We already know what that means. We are, as Americans, are looking for her to be like, well, no, I see that happening in America all the time, but in the UK, it's not. But she knows.
Something. Tell the truth.
This is not the question you're asking me.
Tell the truth.
Okay.
But again, look at how he. I don't even think I know his name. Do I know his name? I don't think I know his name. But we need to talk, dude. Notice how he's holding her feet to the fire. He's not being easy on her. He's not throwing her softball questions. But this is still a very different type of conversation than she would have gotten had she called into Kevin Samuels, obviously, if he was still alive. But that, I need to get some. Can y'all hear that? Get some WD-40. It's a very different type of conversation than she would have gotten from Kevin Samuels, but he's still holding her feet to the fire and still having a legitimate conversation and getting this where it needs to go.
Okay. Yes, I'm British. I, lived in London for 14 years of my life. And
did nobody ask for your life story?
There were some similarities and there were some differences. I went to all girls school.
You already said
London,
that.
And it was majority Black. And I've lived in America for 8 years. And I've, obviously conversated with a lot of women. So I know the comparison. I would say African American women can be a little bit more jealous than the Black British female. I'm not gonna say, I'm not gonna cap, like, yeah, I've been through that. And it's more so somebody else's fault other than, looking for reasons why, other than reasons like how they could do it. But I don't know. I don't know. It's definitely tough because since I've been here, I haven't been able to really
she still hasn't
fully understand how to have a.
She still hasn't answered the question. Did I fuck this up? Okay. She still hasn't answered the question. Is it different in the UK versus the US? We're still waiting on an answer for that question. Oh, Rush going in hard. Her accent is mangled. Goes from British to American. I thought that was just me, but I noticed it too. Because like sometimes I'm British. Maybe she's faking it. Maybe she just faked it to get on. Conspiracy? Maybe. Why isn't this playing? Oh, fuck. Okay, give me 1 second. That.
Good relationship with
this new mouse, you know what I mean?
But when I was back in London, I have a bunch of Black friends.
You tell them, CMT.
But for me here, it was hard adjusting because of the jealousy I experienced in high school, bullying, because I was from London and, the stereotypes, chip Cheerio, all that kind of stuff, so it was just like, there was a lot of jealousy there because I would get the attention. And that's the first thing that I realized. And I also feel like, Black British girls, they're more, we're fashionable. We put our own spin on stuff. We don't follow trends that much. Like we just do that. There's a difference in the African American girls. I would say, I feel like we're more ourselves. We just do us. It's not so cliquish. Because I feel like that's the thing with girls nowadays. Is everyone wants to be a part of the clique for the pictures and the vacations. It's not so individualistic. But I feel like we still have that, like in London.
It's the Black
that individualism.
What the fuck?
That, if I want to mix colors in my outfit today, I'm going to do it. But if you're a Black girl in America, usually, or from South Carolina, just because I can speak on this because that's where I've been, it's not so prevalent because everyone follows trends.
All right, give me 1 second here. I'm trying to keep this open, but I want my new mouse with the button to be able to come on. Nope.
But I think that's
there
the thing,
go.
In bigger New York and London and France, there's a lot of
struggle streaming,
and that's why fashion is so big in those areas because of the individualism. But in the small countries,
I don't know.
There's not a lot of it.
Why do you think, like in your...
I'm really hoping right here he pulls her back in because she just went off and said nothing. And, I think there is, she's willing to have the conversation. She's here. But the problem is, this is why Kevin Samuels did so well. Because he wasn't going to let her, just go on and drivel and not answer the question. We, this is not a short video, but there's not too much in here. Now, this is nothing against We Need to Talk. I love what We Need to Talk is doing. I love the channel. I love all of it. But we're just talking about the differences. And Kevin Samuels would have been on top of it. And again, maybe this woman needed a softer approach. But I'm really hoping he pulls her back in here because we're just kind of meandering.
Experience even from high school, because I'm also an immigrant, so I had my experiences too. But what do you think is the context? Why do you think they behave in that way?
Because they don't know. They wasn't exposed to. I mean, they might see it on TV, but it's not like something they see on a daily basis. A Black girl from London, when they watch TV, they see a certain stereotype about London, Africa, the whole continent.
Right,
So when you say that, they already have their thoughts about it because that's what they were shown on TV. So
I'm over this. Drop a 1 if you don't want me to go to the next video, because I'm over this. Giving it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are moving on. So another great channel that talks about this, exactly this type of stuff. Having holding accountable, and making sure that men get their fair shake and all that good stuff is MTR, or Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. I don't know where the name came from, but definitely an amazing dude to follow. He was very close to Kevin Samuels, and he doesn't necessarily do the exact same type of stuff, but let's see what he's got for us.
Now you're looking at the title of the video. Y'all already know what time it is. It is time to get active.
And so, baby mama humbled by logic. Why men should not date single mothers. Anybody here dating a single mother? If you are, trigger warning.
Conversation for today. Single mothers. Without further ado.
I was just going to say men have children all the time, and for some reason they're not held to the standard. There's not like this thing where a woman is like, oh my God, responsibility. Like that doesn't happen. And
already I'm lost. What are you saying? It doesn't like happen like, oh my God, like, can you speak like an adult and get the thought out that you want? Look at his face here too. Look at his face here. What? He's just as confused as we are.
And I just feel like that double standard just got to go.
Let's run that back. Let's give her a fair shot.
Thing where a woman is like, oh my God, responsibility. Like that doesn't happen. And I just feel like that double standard just got to go.
Like what?
And if anything, when someone finds out that I'm a single mother, I hope that reflects that I'm a nurturer, I'm responsible, I know how to get shit done, I'm building a bomb-ass business, and I'm a mom, and I'm living my life. Like,
and you open your legs to someone you didn't intend on marrying?
What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
What's happening here?
What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm not bringing children out of wedlock into the world. I'm not living in poverty expecting another child to live off of that poverty. That's what I'm doing. I'm building myself up so that when I do have children, they're going to have a damn good life. Can you say the same? I don't think so.
Is that she is confusing the way that society looks at her for being a single mother versus the way that a man should look at her in being a potential mate. Being a single mother doesn't necessarily mean that you are responsible or you're a horrible person or that you're a vagabond, that you got no dreams or ambitions, but it significantly complicates the future potential relationship with another man, and especially one that doesn't have children. Fact of the matter is that if you are a single mother, unless maybe if you're a widow, there will always be another man with a foot inside the door of your relationship. Not only that, but there will always be an expectation for your new partner to handle the financial responsibilities as well as the parental responsibilities of your old partner.
So that he kind of went through that quickly, but that's two huge things. If you're dealing with a woman who's got kids, there is a guy who already has a foot in the door. You're never going to get rid of him. He is her children's father, her baby daddy. So that's one thing. Then the other thing is that they come as a package deal, the kids and the woman. So it's not like you're just gonna be, you're all gonna go out to dinner and you're like, all right, well, baby, I'll pay for me and you, but you got to handle the kids. No, you got to pay for the whole package. And it's not like you get, the benefits of acting like their real father. Eventually, that day will come. You're not my real dad. Eventually. What does Lupaka say? I always respect the queen. I'm from the UK. But he also eats yellow snow, so we can only take what Lupaka says so far because he loves that yellow snow.
Is completely different for single fathers because men have no expectations for their female partner to have financial obligation within his child's life. And let's not forget that new partner can get caught up in child support payments for another man's child, predicated on the amount of time that the new partner spent with that child, and if she wants child support after a split. This is a real thing. So in conclusion, marry before you carry.
Hey, you are
All right, so what does this say? These little girls are something else. You hear me? Mother on TikTok receives backlash for answering. Oh, okay. I'm very interested. I want to hear from you guys on this. What do you guys think about this? Because I was a little, when I first heard this, I was a little conflicted as to where I fall. So please, give me your thoughts. As we go through, give me your thoughts.
Boy moms, I'm gonna need y'all to come to the front of the line real quick. All the boy moms, yeah, bring y'all ass here. I just need to know if y'all ever been through this before. So my son just turned 16 yesterday. Shout out to him, big 16.
So and got a 16-year-old boy. Okay.
Recently I had went through a situation where his phone was like ringing, and I decided I'm gonna go ahead and answer it, right? Why the fuck did I decide I was gonna answer his phone? Why do that?
Good question. At least you're kind of aware that that's not something you should be doing. But, mother, son, it's not like, that's your man. That's a whole different thing. So we'll let it slide.
So in the midst of me, hello, she like, who is this?
Which is, and look at this face. Put yourself, and look at this face. Put yourself in that situation. You are a 16-year-old girl who happens to be dating a 16-year-old guy. Then you call your boyfriend, and a woman answers the phone. And you're like, who is this? That's pretty natural, I would think. If I was dating a girl, regardless of age, really, but if I was dating a girl, and especially if I was younger, and it's not like, there's any reason for anybody to have his phone, or her phone in this situation. But if I call, if I'm dating a girl, I call her phone, and a dude picks up, my first question would be, who the fuck is this? And if it's her dad, then I would expect, it's her father. Like, oh, okay. She got me worried, my girl's, I'm due to answer my girl's phone, what's going on? So this is where I got confused. Because she's, Jamie Dean. Oh my goodness. $382 for groceries. Holy shit. Let's we're gonna use that. We're gonna use that. High score is goddamn right. I am sorry, brother. But we all feeling it. That's why the most that I eat is I just buy ground pork, I buy minute rice, and some type of green. So right now I'm just fucking eating cucumbers and shit. But I'll let y'all read that one. But keeping it simple. Rice, some basic rice, and then meat, and then my midnight snack. I figured out I have an electric kettle in my room near my bed, and I got Quick Oats and a thing of syrup. Boy, middle of the night, you get hungry, you're like, oh, I wish I had something candy. You don't want to be eating candy in bed and all that, but some oatmeal, it'll fill you up, and you douse with a little bit of maple syrup. God damn, it is good. But yeah, $382 for groceries. That is rough. Let's see. We can get to. I'm gonna star this. Maybe we'll get to something about groceries right after this.
Who is this?
It's interesting how the 16-year-old sounds.
So let's run that back a minute.
So in the midst of me, hello, she like, who is this? Who is this?
It's interesting how the 16-year-old sounds just like the mother, right? This is a damn shame that we have children raising children at the end of the day. Notice the mannerisms. When I see mothers that act like this, that's why I'm just like, God damn, like the children have significantly less likely of a chance if this is the mannerisms of your guardian. Let's keep going.
You answered Keon's phone, and I want to know who you are.
So, she's now, not only does she sound like a 16-year-old, she's fucking with the 16-year-old girl just out of fun. Like, would you be? I mean, this is weird, right? Just because she calls her dad. Oh yeah, I read that one already. Saw the story that Miss Butterworth got canceled. Why do the lefties hate black role models? I think you're talking about Aunt Jemima. I think Mrs. Butterworth was white, but yeah, it's the Pearl Milling Company now. It's no longer Aunt Jemima. I don't know if Mrs. Butterworth was the same, but yeah, definitely Aunt Jemima's gone. Gone. So I got something for food prices right after this. Let's see where this crazy lady goes next.
Now she thought I was one of his little girlfriends. is, right? She's talking some
Well, what else was she gonna think? What else was she gonna think? Obviously, she thought that. What are you trying to do?
Because yeah, you're answering Keon's phone, and I want to know who you are. I said, well, who are you? I didn't even want to drop.
Why? Why are you doing this? Do you think that this is going to bode well for the next conversation that your son, your baby, has with his girlfriend? Do you think that's going to go well? Do you think you are helping him? What is going on? What am I missing? You guys tell me. Am I on the wrong track here? Because this seems fucking weird.
On her just yet, like as to who I was, right? Because
what?
I'm the HBIC in this motherfucker shit. Oh. Just a little tag along at this point. But in any event, I digress. Who are you?
Well, okay, so MTR's got it. I watched part of this and then I put it on the playlist, so I don't remember I don't know where this goes. So let's see. MTR will explain it to me.
No, I think you should tell me who you are because I'm his girlfriend.
You should know who you were.
Yeah.
Oh, you one of them. That is so funny. Well, I'm his mother.
One of them.
I'm his mother. Yeah. It's me. Yeah. And quite frankly, I'm gonna be the only other girl that's gonna be answering his phone. And not for nothing, you on your way out, baby. I just want you to know that.
Imagine having to flex on a 16-year-old. Why? Especially the fact that to the 16-year-old, this relationship is probably the biggest thing in her entire life. She's never loved him more than anybody. I've never felt this way. Like, oh my God, he's just so dreamy. That's what 16-year-old love is like. And just because this bitch is bored, she's like, oh, I'm going to fuck that shit up. Again, am I off base here? What is wrong with this woman? The ego trip that you need to go on to fuck with your son's romantic life. It's not like okay, even like 13, maybe you want to make sure, maybe you have a good-looking son and he's getting a lot of attention and you want to make sure he's being saved. 13, okay, this is a different story, but this is a 16-year-old boy. He's 16-year-old, he's right on his way. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. He's got one girl that he's talking to, and if he has more, then why is that mama's business? Let him do his thing. What are you doing?
Yeah, see, you too busy worrying about what else Keon got going on. You ain't worried about my baby. Yeah, you're done.
Wait, what? You're worried about what he's doing, and you're not worried about my baby. I assume Keon is the boy's name. So if she's worried about what Keon is doing, I don't. That kind of sounds like she's speaking out of both sides.
I just want you to know that. But it's okay, baby. Have your fun. You just caught yourself trying to check his mom about answering his phone and you ain't even know it because you're so stupid. But it's okay, girl.
Yeah, how stupid for you not to know who's on the other end of the phone, that you called somebody and somebody else answered their phone. How dumb of you not to be able to see across the entire country or whatever the fuck it is to see. Oh my God. These people are I don't get it. Pocket says, I bet she is seeing one of her son's friends too, like Will Smith. I would not be surprised. She clearly sees her son's women counterparts as a threat to her. So I would not be surprised in the least if this was the case. In fact, I almost expect it. I almost expect this to be where that goes. Let's see.
Okay, and I'm gonna be sure to tell him that you tried to check me about answering his phone, even though you ain't know who I was, but you should have played it safe. And you probably wouldn't have to worry about losing my baby, but good luck next time.
And again, look at MTR here. Like, what are we doing?
What happens when you put babies into people that are incapable of dealing within logic? The young girl heard a woman's voice who also sounds like a young girl and was simply asking the question of who is this? But your emotions got involved and you thought that it was logically sound to call her stupid because she doesn't know that it was his mother that picked up the phone. For all the men out there, if you grew up with a mother like this, she did not prepare you correctly for the world. She has a mind of a teenager, raising a teenager. And not only that, but she's definitely created a son husband, and more than likely, he is a mama's boy. But what you have to understand is that this is all about power. She will always have her gnarled tentacles wrapped around you and your life until you step up and be a man. You're a minor now. You just turned 16. So be easy, be calm, and just chill. But at the moment that you hit 18, understand the task at hand.
Good day, baby. Victoria. Victoria, where you got us from? I am in Severn, Maryland.
Marilyn, how old are you?
48.
48?
Oh, I'm 40. I'll be 49 on June 18th. So 48.
Your birthday's coming up. So is that a Gemini?
Gemini.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, this is the face. This is the face. You a Gemini? Why is it that we just kind of accept that so many people are into astrology in the way that they are? I mean, I guess it's no worse than like other kinds of religion. In fact, it's better because, you know, there's nothing serious here. But why? Why? I know women who will not date a man because he's this sign or that sign, or will specifically only look for this sign. You know that they make that shit up.
You have any kids?
I have 4.
4 kids. What kind of kids? What kind of kids? How old are your kids?
28, 23, and 8-year-old twins.
28.
28, 23, and then 8-year-old twins. Oh my God. That means at 40 years old, she had twins. Who wants to guess how many baby daddies she got? Give me a number. Give me a number in the fucking comments. How many baby daddies she got? We got Bumboon in the building. What's going on, Bumboon? He said them babies be dumb. Well, okay. Let's be nice to the children. It's not the children's fault. It's the crazy lady's fault. But she's got a 27, 28, 23. Yeah, 28, 23, and then 8-year-old twins. I want to see numbers. How many baby daddies do you think she has? Good guess, Jamie. Good guess. Thank you for contributing to the show. I really appreciate it. Anybody else? There's 7 of you motherfuckers watching. I don't know. If you are on Twitter, if you are watching on Twitter, please come over to YouTube. I would love for you guys to be part of the conversation. I'm going to guess some of you are over there because there's only about 4 or 5 of you in the comments, and there's 7 people watching. So do come over to the IndianJesus. We are live. You are watching it, but you will also be able to be part of the conversation. Jamie's got the only guess at how many baby daddies are involved in the situation. Keep trying to tell you guys, I want you to be part of the conversation too. But let's move on. Let's see. How many baby daddies?
3 and 8-year-old twins. Was you once married?
I was once married, yeah.
Okay. All your kids by the same man?
No, I have 3 baby daddies.
Damn.
MTR said it best. Damn. 3 different men. 3 different men. That's insane.
Baby daddies. How old, did you marry one of the children's fathers?
I didn't marry any of them. Nope.
Oh, so you married a man. So okay, so look, you about to prove that men marry women with kids. Because you had all 3 of your kids when you got married?
I had yeah.
I don't think anybody said that you. Oh my God. She's like, you're gonna prove that men will marry a woman with kids. That was not the issue. We know men will do it. We're saying men shouldn't do it. And based on what we've heard so far, it doesn't sound like that guy is in a great position, right? So she got married. So, okay, let's see the timeline. Let's see the timeline.
Yeah, actually, no. Let me back up. I had my 2 oldest. Me and my husband broke up, and then I had my twins by a long-term relationship when I was in a long-term relationship.
So your husband,
was in between my older 2 kids.
Okay, but the guy that made.
So she had a baby with a dude. Then she had a baby with another dude. So now she is, you were close, Big as Vegas. She had a baby with the second dude. Now she's got 2 kids, and that was just from a relationship. Then some dude comes in and marries her, doesn't have children with her, smart dude, not smart enough not to marry her, but smart enough not to have children with her. And then they break up, and she goes and has twins at 40 years old with another dude who she is no longer with. And I assume this is some type of dating show that she's calling into. She's almost 50 with 4 kids by 3 different dudes. Buy a dog, die alone. Buy a dog, die alone. Who is going to pick that up? 50-year-old with 4 kids by 3 different dudes?
So you married you with 2 children?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your twins are by a different man?
Yep.
But you only been married
What?
once, right?
I've been married once.
Okay, we just seen somebody in the background.
Yeah, that's my daughter.
Okay.
I'm a little bit confused. That timeline is a little bit awkward. She has 4 kids. The last 2 were twins. So she's saying she had 1 kid by one baby father, had another kid by another baby father, and then
got is like, she can't even keep it straight herself.
got married in between there, and then didn't have any kids with him. And then the 3rd baby father gave her twins.
What kind of guy are you looking for?
So, funny, high standards when it comes to morals, values, give back to the community, because I do that all the time.
They're asking me to go over the math with your children. I'm seeing this.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. What is Jamie Dean? Jamie Dean's giving me shit. Let's see. Not gonna lie, Lutch. Sounding a little judgmental. We don't know anything else about this lady's life other than what we see in this clip. You are correct, Jamie. But there is what would be the excuse for the 3rd man being let into your insides, unprotected, at 40 years old, when you've been with 3 different men, seriously, 2 of them have given you children, 1 you married? At what point are we allowed to judge somebody for making bad decisions? At what point are we allowed to say, hey, maybe you should have done better before? Maybe trying to date now, and I've been to therapy and I've been working on myself, I've been doing this. Maybe that's too little, too late. Sorry, that's my opinion. Maybe I am being judgmental, but that's my opinion.
So
I had a 23 and a 28-year-old, right?
They have different fathers.
They have different fathers. I got married in between, being single, so to speak, from the 23 and 28-year-old.
Yeah.
He and I were only together for a few years, and then when I got together with my kid's father, my twins' father, I wasn't divorced yet because, again, like the drama and all that good stuff.
That's where he was. They caught it in the comments. Okay, they caught it in the comments. So let's get it.
Look at.
So wait, real
She's
quick.
turning up.
Let's just clarify because I missed it, and they're asking me to bring this back up in the comments. So basically, when you were pregnant with twins, you were still married.
She's slick, lying by omission.
Yup.
That's an incredibly important thing to bring up. But it'll forever surprise me why when we have these conversations, there's not shrieks and oohs and ahs when you hear 3 different baby fathers. How many times are you going to get this wrong? And I think that modern women not saying, yo, that is a lot, or holding these other women accountable for the choices and decisions that they are making continues the cycle. This is not good legit.
Now, sorry, do you think that's a red flag to be married?
Not at all. Not at all. Because again,
why not?
Just like life happens. Like if you can't find someone to actually.
Life happens. Life happens. And people are mad that there's channels like MTR and Kevin Samuels and We Need to Talk out there to hold women accountable. Life happens. It just happened. 3 different times with 4 different men. It just happened. And she's dead serious. This is how they go through life. Thinking like, oh, well, this is just this. I don't have any responsibility in this. I don't have any agency. I don't have any ability to control myself. Life just happens. Jamie Dean says, have her on the show and find out. But for real, though people end up in shitty situations through no fault of their own, maybe a husband was abusive, then don't marry him. Maybe one died. We just don't know. Okay. Kind of seems like you would bring that up. So I'm going to call bullshit. Maybe. We don't know. You're right. Maybe. But don't you think that especially later in this interview, as they're like, okay, we're asking for the timeline and da 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 da. If somebody had died, don't you think that would be part of the story? She's left out everything else that makes her look bad. Why wouldn't she add in extra stuff or even lie about it to make her look better? I think you, sir, ma'am, whatever you want to be called these days, might be giving too much leeway to these women, which is precisely how they end up in these situations at 50 years old, not knowing how to be accountable for their own choices. Pocket says, because the failsafe is getting pregnant, and she will get a check if all else fails. Yep. America.
To divorce them, you have to go through the rigmarole and go through the processes. And his family's in Trinidad, so when I finally tracked him down,
we got Jesse on fire in the building. I don't have Photoshop. I do have a Photoshop type program. Yeah, send whatever needs to be done. Please send that over. We got all hell Jesse. Who drop a 1 if you are a fan of Jesse on fire. Drop a 1 if you're a fan of Jesse on fire, and if you're not, then you're fucking up. You need to get over to Jesse on Fire. Subscribe, especially if you're an MMA fan. I know a lot of you guys are. Go over, subscribe to Jesse on Fire. Jamie Dean says, a characteristic of abuse is that it's hidden. Well, I know that you're fucking around, but you're not wrong. So a characteristic of abuse is that it's hidden well until it's too late. I'm just refusing to make a judgment until I know the whole story. Okay, that's fair. But where do you draw that line? How many women will come up with the same fucking story over and over and over and over and over and over again before you're like, something here is amiss? Because that's just a little bit naive, in my opinion. It's just a little bit naive.
Okay. I mean,
even she don't know what. Okay, all right, okay.
Finally tracked him down.
No accountability.
Okay. I mean, we understand the explanation, but do you think the man would find that? Okay, so the guy that you got pregnant by, I guess he obviously didn't care.
Kendra, I know you don't do this show in order to help people understand where they're going wrong, but even in your head, you must now be saying, I understand Kevin now. I get what he was saying. I get what his crusade was about. But this is not family building shit. This is not generational wealth type shit. She has a history of making terrible mate choices, terrible mate selections. And she just say,
We got some Jesse on Fire fans in the building. I doubt he's still here. He probably just hopping in to ask me that. But Jesse on Fire, I owe a lot to this man, and I do very much appreciate him even popping in just for a single comment. And I echo these sentiments.
This happens. No, life doesn't just happen. You are accountable for yourself and your decisions. You take control of life and you make life happen for you. But instead, almost 49, 3 baby fathers, and was creating kids while still married to another man. You simply cannot make this ish up.
No, not at all. We were together for 9 years.
And then y'all broke up after you had the twins?
After the twins.
Okay. And
problematic.
And that's dynamic. When did your divorce get finalized?
In 2017.
So your kids were how old then?
4.
They were born 2014, so they were 3.
They were 3. Okay, okay. And why didn't it work out with you in the
Good question.
The twins' dad?
There you go.
Just controlling and narcissism.
Controlling and narcissism. Either, so let's be fair. There's narcissistic people out there. There's plenty of controlling dudes out there. Why did you have a child with him? Why did you get married to him? We cannot just continue to go about life as if women have no agency. Women are not the same as men, but they are still people. An adult is an adult. If you are a grown-ass woman, then, oh, life happens. Or, oh, he was this. We have to stop accepting that. This is that believable woman. I guarantee you, we talked to that dude, and he's got, notice how she didn't say anything about, like, oh, we just didn't get along. We this, I this. No, it was him. At what point does your dude picker get in the hot seat? If you're picking controlling and narcissistic dudes and having children with them and then breaking up and then getting married to one and then breaking up, or no, having another baby with another one, breaking up and then getting married and then breaking up and then getting with another one and having twins and then breaking up, why don't you slow the fuck down, close your goddamn legs, and maybe you won't be in this situation at 50 fucking years old. I'm telling you, we are about to see, like, this is just the beginning of this age group. Like, a generation ago, we didn't have 50-year-old women just single and out here. Like, sometimes you did, but for the most part, it would be widows. You got married. We're about to have an explosion of a demographic of older women who are single, who either have a whole heap of children or have no children, but certainly no man, which, I mean, is better. But either way, that group of single, bitter women in their 50s, that's coming around the corner. That's right around the corner. I mean, it's already here, really, but it's only just beginning. Pakistan, same cycles over and over. Nothing changes. Yeah. But you know what? It's not the same cycle. It's not the same cycle because, well, it's the same cycle with the same person, but it's not the same cycle that we see with women in general. It wasn't always this way. It wasn't always this way. Exactly. Alpaca says, I wish it could be different. It could be different. It can be different. But you and I don't have the power to make it different. Only women do. So call me a misogynist all you want, but women have all the power here. We cannot do this. We cannot fix this without the women. We need you. We need you on board, and we need you to think about what the fuck you're doing, get your life in order, get a plan, and follow it. Instead of just floating through life, getting knocked up, and just, life happens. That's not good enough. We need you as a society, as a civilization, as a nation. We need all women to stand up and be like the women who are, there's plenty of them out there who are not like this. But they all need to be, I mean, okay, you're not going to get all women to do anything. You're not going to get all people to do anything. But we can't just keep accepting this as if it's okay. There should be a level of shame that this woman feels. There should be. What she has done is shameful. The life she has lived is shameful. But she doesn't feel that way. And she doesn't need to, because we excuse it. And that's how you end up, Jamie Dean, with 50-year-old sad women alone, dying in their apartments and having their cats eat their eyes out. If that's what you want for women, then you keep supporting this. He also says, fathers teach women to be suspicious of men. Yeah, maybe, but I think a father teaching women to be, and I'll get through the rest, but just a father teaching his young girl to be suspicious of men is under the expectation that you're still going to deal with men in general. You just have to be careful when you do it. But fathers are not around. So it's the women, it's the mothers who are talking to their daughters about how to deal with men. And because they're burned, they're like, oh, you don't need a man at all. All men are shit. So on and so forth. You know how it goes. So he says, fathers teach women to be suspicious of men. They're vulnerable to manipulation from men when older, if not raised correctly, when young. Fatherlessness strikes once again. Absolutely. Absolutely. And well said. Careful is better than suspicious. Absolutely. If you're going to expect some type of relationship, then you can't enter being suspicious. You can be careful, you can be cautious, and you should. But if you're already being cynical and suspicious, then you're setting yourself up for failure. And absolutely, Lopaka, it's worse because the government enables them to be independent. The golden parachute. All you got to do is get knocked up, and daddy government will save you, will give you all the money you need. And not only that, but then you get revered through all of society as a single mother who's doing it all on her own. That's the American life that we've presented to young women over the past 20 years, and they were following it. And this is what we end up with. This is what we end up with.
Was he always that way?
Always.
You have babies with him
You
now.
got babies by him?
If the Gen X modern woman was this bad, imagine what we're dealing with the Gen Z modern woman of today. Her results are shit, even though no one in her life, in her echo chamber, will ever tell her her results are shit. And more likely than not, unless she receives major therapy, major relationship coaching, her future results will more than likely be the same.
Think about what he just said, that he knows a lot of women that are keeping their children away, our children away from the fathers. That is that a lot of, like, that we as women who don't have to make that choice of, like, you know what, you really ain't shit. And, you know, it's much better if you're just not here. Even if you're actively trying, are you actually showing up, or you just want to like, what is your lifestyle? Are you providing a space that's safe for my child?
We knew that this man wasn't shit. You saw that he wasn't shit, but you opened up your legs and you allowed yourself to have sex with him.
True.
Not you personally.
I'm not saying.
She said that's not true. What do you mean that's not true? That is true. Did you not have that is true. Didn't you just say that was your baby daddy? Unless I'm confused, she had the children with him, no?
I'm saying that sometimes when you're young, it depends. First of all, there's so many layers to this.
But
like, you can't broadly say
layers. Oh, layers. You want to talk about layers? What movie is that? If you don't know, if she don't know, she too young for you, bro.
You knew that nigga wasn't shit.
The same people lay down with each other, lay down with each other.
A lot of relationships start a certain way and end a different way. People change, people grow.
People manipulate,
people present themselves a certain way. When you have a child, the fun is kind of dead for a second, and then you're not fun anymore, and then suddenly the dynamics change.
Men control relationships and women control sex.
Boom! Men control relationships and women control sex. Of course, we have RPay, but in real in civilized society, you as a man cannot have sex with every woman that you want. It's up to her whether you get inside. It's up to her to open her legs for you or not. When it comes to relationships, she cannot become your girlfriend or wife. It is up to you to do that. Now, why is that important? Because girls and women mistake the fact that they can get men's attention for sex and think that that's the same attention that they're getting for marriage. And it's not the same thing. You think just because he's messing with you that you're on his level. And that's why all these women, this is why the average at best clip went viral. This is why it went viral. Drop a 1 if you haven't seen it. We're going to do that next if you haven't seen it. Because we got something with the food prices, but then we're going back to Kevin Samuels if you haven't seen it. Drop a 1 in the comments if you have not seen the original average at best clip from Kevin Samuels. And drop a 2 if you have. I want to hear from you. Don't you motherfuckers leave me hanging.
The outcomes of sex can be a baby, especially if you're going raw daddy. Women, more often than not, suffer from the consequences or the burden of becoming a single mother. So if women are in control of the sex and they're suffering the consequences of raw sex, it should be way more important for women to marry before they carry. It should be infinitely more important for women to either abstain from sex until they understand the world and they understand the men around them, or marry before they carry. But I agree, it takes 2 to tango. And I do not remove accountability for men that knock women up. I say it on the channel all day, wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up. However, at the point of conception, the man has no choice in the situation. Even if he wants the baby, he will have no choice in whether that baby is born. Not only that, but women have access to 20 plus forms of contraception. But in this culture of not holding women
Contraception.
Accountable, we soften the blow of the choices that they have made that are culminating into the lifestyles that they now live, which is culminating into not getting the man that they inevitably want. And then begins the cycle of generational trauma, where the kids don't see their parents together and then model that behavior going into the future. But here's the facts. Single mother households produce kids.
I just want to, because we're coming to the end of this video, and I want to see, I just want to see. So can you still hear the video when I pull this off screen?
That are more likely to commit crimes, are more likely to drop out of high school, are more likely to self-delete, are more likely to end up on drugs, are more likely to end up in jail, are more likely to have a felony, are more likely to have mental health issues, are more likely to be socially awkward or withdrawn from society, are more likely to be a bully, are more likely...
Drop knowledge, bro!
Are more likely and are more likely. Raising a human is not a game. In the glamorization of the awesome, almighty, independent, single mother has diminished the actual damage that it can cause on a society and specifically on a culture. Questions, comments, concerns? Y'all already know what to do, mediocre term.
Beautiful. So, I mean, you know, this is something that just, you know, we as on this channel, we're going to talk about, you know, men and women a lot. We're not necessarily going to be focused on dating and all that stuff like some other channels in the space, but you goddamn better believe that you know, I care a lot about this stuff, and I will continue to talk about it because I care about the future of this civilization, and it's going downhill. Says, can you imagine a white guy saying this? Yes, I can. And all right, here's what are we gonna do. Let's see if there is something already on the playlist from my white boy here, then we're gonna do it. No, come on, I know there's something there somewhere. Boom. Can I imagine a white guy saying this?
Let's catch people up on what happened with Jenna, because she came on the other week and she wanted to talk about her and her girlfriends who all purportedly are having a very difficult time with dudes, and they're all perfect. You know, they do Pilates, they're hot. You know, we heard the update and all that. So at the end,
so this is Rich Cooper. His channel is Entrepreneurs in Cars. Now, as somebody who's not black, obviously, a lot of the people that are in this space and directly tied because of Kevin Samuels, there is a lot of talk about the black community specifically. And, you know, that's great if you're black, that, you know, there are people speaking to you, but I'm not black. I'm not part of the black community. I'm not particularly interested in black women. I wouldn't, you know, kick one out of bed if I was into her, but that's not typically my type. And it can be it can almost feel voyeuristic sometimes. You watch this stuff and they feel the need to have this black centric, for lack of a better term, perspective on this stuff. And I appreciate that, but it's not always applicable, and it leaves out a lot of people who are not in that community. And so if you are not black, then I highly suggest that you follow Rich Cooper, his channel, Entrepreneurs in Cars, because it's the same message, and he's got his whole cohort of dudes, including this guy, Moff, that was a super beta plugged in dude and has turned his life around because of Rich Cooper's work. So let's check this out. And then Jimmy Dean, don't forget, I didn't forget about your grocery high score. We're going to get into that afterwards. And guys, remember, if you have a topic, let me know. We are just running by the seat of our pants here.
the show, I invited her to bring her friends on and, you know, chop it up and see what we could do to be useful. And she also went on your show on Stereo afterwards, and you're on every night after this, so you guys know where to find Moth, but we'll mention again towards the end. So what happened on the show? Because she emailed me and said that they are not willing to come on.
So it's funny because we actually spoke a couple of times last week. So we did 3.
So I don't know exactly who she or they is, but it's women that Moth here has dealt with or talked to in some way.
Different conversations. We had the one right after the show. We had one on Tuesday with a couple of girls that I know from Stereo and Renegade Wingman. And then she and I did just a solo partner show on Thursday, I think, which was a nightmare. But anybody can go back and listen to those. So, I think part of it is you can really let stuff fly on Stereo. There's not a lot of censorship. There's not a lot of, you can really kind of go at it. That's a lesser known platform. So, and I tend to grill people a little more. And I have, I think, a little less patience than you do when it comes to, and you've done this a lot, obviously a lot more than I have and for a lot longer. But if you can go back to, I think it was a couple Mondays ago when we had a couple women call in, Anastasia. And if you go back and watch the clips when I'm asking her questions and it's giving me really roundabout answers, you can see how annoyed I am. And it was a carbon copy of that with Jenna. I mean, look, the talking points are the same. There's a lot of roundabout answers. It's a lot of, talking about very small specific examples and having the exceptions be the rule. So yeah, I don't think that her friends would be able to handle it. I don't think they're as good looking or as valuable as she says or thinks they are.
Ooh. Yeah, so that's something that I thought about afterwards. She was basically saying something along the lines of her girlfriends were only finding nerds, dorks, incompetent men, guys that have never read a book before, right? There's no comment on whether or not they were fit or not, but we know that women only date up, like they don't date down. So if they're dealing with what, we called losers at the time, then that means that they're basically threes.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because this is something I was thinking about as well, is the idea of, people only ever talk about MGTOWs and men that are, now, I tend to think MGTOWs are men sent their own way, because essentially when a guy goes MGTOW, it's because he's not gotten the results he wants from the way.
Let's stop there. I need to know. This one's for real. I need you to drop a 1 in the comments if you do not know what MGTOW is. Because I'm about to go talk about it. So if you need me to explain it, then I want to explain it. So let me know. Do we know what MGTOW is? Because for a decent amount of time, I considered myself MGTOW. I don't really anymore because it just doesn't really fit with the way I live my life and the way that I view things. But I don't disagree with so we got one. So MGTOW stands for men going their own way. MGTOW, MGTOW. And it just means men going their own way. And it's basically just a mentality saying that I'm not going to live my life based on trying to get women. Now, I feel like, much like the men's rights activists, while I may have, some overlap with the way that they think, I do think, identifying as being part of a group whose main thing is not getting laid is not really where I fit in. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not getting laid right now, but that's not because it's because I'm not trying. It's because I am specifically, the more red pill version of what I feel is the same thing is monk mode, where you come across, a book, content like this, whatever it is, and you realize, oh, okay, I thought I had this idea of what dating was and what was expected of me, so on and so forth. And now I realize that the bar is much higher and I can't, just be yourself. That's not enough. That's not enough anymore. So you've got to have some value, some concrete value. And I didn't have it. So I still don't have the amount of value that I would like to have, whether that's money, whether that's muscles, I'm definitely not there yet. So I understand that if I were to go out onto the dating market right now, that I'm average at best. And I'm not interested in average women. So I'm in monk mode in the sense that I'm working on myself. I'm getting smarter, getting stronger, all that stuff. But I do absolutely understand that some people, some men, just feel like getting out of the market entirely is just easier. Now, Mafia is saying it's men sent their own way. And Jamie Dean's absolutely right. Be yourself is such crap advice. Look at where being yourself has gotten me. Yeah. Yeah. Nice save, Jamie. But whether it's me or it's the rest of us who are on a Sunday afternoon sitting here watching a fucking dude on YouTube, probably not, doing too well in those areas. But it's a matter of, are you trying? Are you trying and failing, or are you just focusing on other things? And, maybe some people are shy about this and say, we'll lie about the fact that they're getting laid. We'll lie about the fact that they're trying. But I don't fucking have to impress you with, how much I'm getting laid or not getting laid. I'd rather impress you with the words that I'm saying to you. The fact that you guys are here listening to what I have to say gives me much more pleasure than banging out some rando. So I want to build up who I am as a person, get into the gym a little bit, get my money up, and then we're at a different story. So I just wanted to put that out there, because I think it's okay to be MGTOW if that's what you are. I just don't necessarily, I don't necessarily agree with these guys. Where are we? These guys on, how bad it is and all of that. So let's see. What did I miss? The podcast says, you're waiting for the metaverse. We'll never see you again, Neo. James, I'm glad I'm out of that game. Modern women are too damn much. Are you, so is Jamie married? Lutch loves chat more than sexing for gang. I mean, not exactly, but gets me off, gets my rocks off. I love it.
He actually wants. So he's essentially said, okay, well, I'm never.
Let's run that back.
People only ever talk about MGTOWs and men that are now. I tend to think MGTOWs are men sent their own way, because essentially when a guy goes MGTOW, it's because he's not gotten the results he wants from the women he actually wants. So he's essentially said, okay, well,
Fair.
I'm never going to get the one. It's not that he doesn't want those women anymore. He just made a conscious decision to stop playing the game.
That's absolutely correct.
Fine. But let's call it what it is. If you could, you would.
Absolutely. I have no problems admitting that the women that I can get right now are not up to snuff. They're not the type of women that I want to get. But the point is that I'm focusing on the aspect of the possibility that, and the probability based on my own work, that I will very soon be in a position to get the women that I do want. That's where I think it's a little bit. I think that these guys are seeing MGTOW as a little bit more defeatist than it really is, because it could just be a stop. That's why I go with monk mode now, because just conceptually in conversation, it people seem to get it a little bit easier. But yeah, I mean, it's just you don't have to constantly be chasing tail, dude. Work on yourself. Rich Cooper's whole thing is chase excellence, not women. Chase excellence, not women. If you do that, you will have the options that you were looking for. Well, congratulations, Jamie. I think that's beautiful that we have a lesbian relationship represented here.
Now, those guys get branded as incels and losers and black pill and this and that, but you've got women that are sent their own way as well.
Ooh.
So women that want.
I don't think they've been sent their own way though, which is interesting.
And that was one of her main points. It was, well, a lot of girls that I know are perfectly fine staying at home with their dogs and their box of wine and their Netflix because they'd rather do that than date losers. It's like, well, it doesn't mean they're happy, right? She kept saying things like, oh, women are happy to do that now. Like, no, they're not. They just see.
That is definitely a fair point. At this point in my life, at 32 years old, I am happy to have the simplicity of my life that I have. But that is not to say that I wouldn't prefer to be in the position where I could I had more options. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I had more options. I don't have as many options as I would like. But recognizing that is what has led me to the decision that, okay, take a step back, work on your shit, then you'll bang the hotties. Pretty simple, right?
That as a better alternative for now. I mean,
If these women are so happy, then why are women prescribed antidepressants at a rate 5 times higher than men over the age of 40?
Or why are they just so mad? Why are you mad about the dating pool being scarce if you're happier by yourself?
Right.
So, I mean, you wouldn't be complaining and bitching about the lack of available men and lack of good men if you really were stoked to be at home with your dog and your box.
Exactly, Jamie.
Wine.
Right.
But mainstream media, in the gynocentric social order that we live in, say, hey, good for you, you're a strong, independent woman, you don't need any man, when in reality, they want that man who doesn't want them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, nothing new. You've seen any kind of conversation with a woman on these kind of platforms. You've seen them all. The most frustrating thing was, somebody coming in and saying 2 + 2 = 5. Okay, do we all agree? Okay, great. Now that we all agree, let's move on to this. And I have to say, no. 2 + 2 = 4, not 5. And then she would throw a fit and say, oh, you bring that up all the time, or you always say that. We know when women are complaining about men not stepping up, or men being players, and men banging around other women. And again, we know that only the top 20% of men are doing that because they can, but we also know that most men are invisible.
That's a good question too, that I would like to know what you guys think. I would like to know if you guys are aware of this. What percent what percent of adult single males are having regular sex? There's studies that have confirmed this. I would like for you guys to put a number from 0 to 100 in the comments. What percentage of single adult men are having regular sex? I don't like that air either. Come on, we ain't moving on until I get a number. Somebody give me a number. Somebody give me a number. I'll just keep singing and on. I'm asking. There we go. Thank you, Lopaka. 60%. That's not correct. The number is 10%. Or I think it's 20%. I think it's 20%. 20% of adult males are having regular sex. And I believe there is another 20% of adult males, of 25, I believe, under that are at least 25, that are virgins. People aren't having sex like they used to. We, the millennials, are the first generation to have less sex than the generation before us. We had the silent generation, and I always mix up the silent generation, the greatest generation. They were doing their thing. Then we had so it was the greatest generation that had the baby boomers, right? Then there was the silent generation, or I flipped that. Then Gen X was doing their thing, and we had women's lib, all that shit. Then we went through the 60s and all that, and now it's gone down. Why is that? It's because men are weak and women are masculine. The blame goes all around. But I just thought it was important that you guys understand how much this really is affecting people. Jamie says, okay, yeah, but the generation before us grew up in the 70s culture, kind of a high bar. But that's what I'm saying. The people who grew up in the 80s, the people who grew up in the 90s, it's only in the 2000s that that the people who are millennials were children in the 90s. We were children in the 90s, so we're not of sexual age until the early 2000s. So you have 40 years there from the people in 60s, 70s hippie culture. After that, the disco era, they were having more sex than the hippies. In the 80s, they were having more sex than the disco people. In the 90s, they were having more sex than the 80s people. And it wasn't until the 2000s that those people were having less sex than the generation before them. And you can see why. You can see why. Or maybe you can't. Ask me about it. Let's talk about it.
Women. So I had to constantly step in and correct her and say, look, you're not talking about the majority of men. You're talking about the minority of men. And that would piss her off and frustrate her and say, oh, you bring that up every time. It's like, yes, because I'm not going to let you make an argument when the premise is 2 + 2 = 5. It's just not how these things work.
So let's pause it there. And Lopaka, a great point, says ABC News makes it sound like men are running around with their wieners out, getting everyone pregnant. And exactly, that's what they want you to think, because women only look. If you look at the swipe rates on Tinder, men will, as expected. All right, I'll put it up, but I'm not reading that. The swipe rates on Tinder, you could see it's right about 50-50, maybe 60-40 when it comes to men swiping on women. You know, the between 50 and 60 or between 40 and 60%, they'll swipe right. Women only swipe right on the top 10% of men. So all the opinions they have of what men are and how men are and what men do, they're basing that on the men that they already choose, the men that are already in their, lexicon. Dudes like me are not accounted for. So they take this tiny upper echelon of men who has all the options in the world and say that all the rest of us are like that. And it's like, hey, lady, you aren't even looking at most people. And you're trying to determine how men are based on not just a random 10%, but the top 10%. Jamie says, men should have their smash rate on their Tinder profile. Would anybody be honest about that? Would anybody be honest about that? Come on. So we have, they were just in the video, they were just talking about, you can't see it here. No. They were just talking about Jenna. So I don't know. Again, I don't really know who this Jenna is, but apparently they had some type of back and forth. Let's see where it goes.
Oh my goodness.
Hey guys.
Hey Jenna.
Hey.
This is gonna go viral now.
No, I'm not here to argue. I just wanted to say I think everybody.
I'm not here to argue, but I totally, definitely, absolutely will.
Everybody should just kind of listen to the conversations that we were having. I think everyone will I think what you're saying is an oversimplification. So for example, you said that I said that women are happy sitting at home, just drinking their boxed wine. And at one point in the conversation, I told you, women, you have to accept that, you in this lifetime are not going to find the partner that you want. You have to accept that you're going to have to deal with what comes with being an autonomous being, which is sometimes you're going to like being single. Sometimes you're going to hate it. Sometimes you're going to be sitting on your couch with that wine and wish that you had someone there. But if you find that the marketplace is not giving you what you want, you guys are already discussing going to other countries, then you're going to have to deal with what comes with not going with available options.
I think that's a fantastic point. If, again, I didn't hear the conversation that Moth and Jenna had, but if she was making the point that she never said that they were happy to be alone, but understanding what, like all the shit I was just talking about, that I understand I can't get the women that I want, so I have to make myself into the guy that those women are into before I go after those women, and then I will go after those women. In the meantime, what did I just say? I enjoy the simplicity of my life, and I think women can do the same exact thing, and find peace, if not happiness, content. You can be content with just hanging out at home and doing your thing. I do it every day, and it's easy. Nobody bothers me. If I don't feel like talking to you, I just don't talk to you. There's nobody that I answer to. And even, with my job, I don't have to talk to my boss or my coworkers every day. Other than my clients, I do what the fuck I want to do. Jesse on Fire. He was talking when he was on the stream the other day. We were talking about the Roe v. Wade stuff, and he was saying that when his first daughter was first born, he said that it was terrifying because the only thing he could think of was all of his freedom was gone, just up in smoke. And then, of course, as time went on, he built a bond with his daughter, and then he's talking about, like every parent does, the greatest thing they ever did, and great. But that just further reinforces my thought that, like, yo, I have something here: my solitude, my freedom, my autonomy. That's something, especially as a man, that I really appreciate. And Jamie Dean says, women content with being alone? No comment. Again, alone. What does alone mean? Because for me, when I say I'm alone, like I'm just, doing my thing, I'm hanging out with Morty and like I'm alone. But women can be alone and then hit up their beta orbiter dudes. There's always somebody they can hit up if they just want to get banged out real quick. So I completely, even more so, it makes even more sense that because all women have that option, maybe not the dude they want to end up with, but if they're lonely on one night, they could just send that text out. How many times have we seen a video of a couple being like, oh, you shouldn't have male friends because they all want to bang you? And she's like, no, they don't. Okay, pick a random friend right now and tell them you want to hook up. And they'll do it. Like, no, she won't. No, they won't. No, he won't. Calls, hey, do you want to hook up? Yeah. What time? Where? What? That's how it works. That's how it works. Women can do that. So women content being alone? Absolutely. 100%. And with men, or let me just speak for myself, in those times, it absolutely does suck not to have a woman around when I want a woman around. But it sucks less than being around a woman who I don't want to be around just to have a woman around.
So that is what I was saying.
You didn't say that at all, though.
Yeah, I did.
You can go back and listen to any of the conversations, and you didn't say that. So this is the first time.
Yes.
Oh, maybe she's lying.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I quite literally, at one point in the conversation, Moth said that you're going to deal with being an autonomous Moth. The other thing you're leaving out of this conversation is the last time Moth and I spoke, he got upset because he was basically being gangbanged by people in the audience sending in voice notes saying that what I'm saying, you know what's going on, and he stormed off, went into his own room, and then it started happening.
So that's again, I didn't see the conversation, so we can only take their word for it. But that's something to look out for when you're looking at these people to look up to online. And if I end up being somebody who speaks with authority and my words have this type of power, you understand that, especially in this red pill manosphere space, there's a lot of ego involved. And I could definitely see, based on how this woman is speaking, it wasn't too long ago. It was as long as I've been following Rich, maybe a couple years. It was right at around that time when Moth started following him, and then because he went with Rich's program, he was on the show a lot and so on and so forth. But before that, he was just he was that beta dude, just like the rest of us. Before we learned all of this, before we realized, oh, that Disney fairy tale isn't how the real world works. Oh, be yourself isn't really good advice. Before we learned all of that, that's what we knew. And so he's not looking so great here. But let's see if he turns it around.
Hour-long conversation about what we were discussing, and apparently he was heated. So
okay. So if you guys want to catch up on that drama, you're going to have to go to Stereo and check out the conversations for yourself. Jenna, why can't we get your girlfriends to come on the show? What are they afraid of?
So basically, they're afraid of.
Like, I'm not going to kiss her ass, but I'm a nice.
So, before we get into her friends, Lapaga says she can't have a real talk. She is defensive before she even started. She's overcompensating because she is talking to men. That is likely the case, but to be fair, it is also possible that she's dead on balls accurate, and that the conversation didn't necessarily go as well as Moff here wanted it to, and now is coming on this show to kind of massage the truth a little bit. We really don't know. We don't know. I mean, you definitely see the patterns in the way that women speak, but at the same time, you have to treat people as individuals. You have to treat individual cases as individual cases. We speak in generalities, but that's a generality. Then when it comes to a specific situation, that's its own situation. James says, Lutch, I've got a perfect solution to your problems. It's called a real doll. If you want to send one to my my house, then you are free to do that. But just a little bit of that manly pride. I'm not purchasing that or a fleshlight or anything like that. I know dudes who have them. I haven't even asked about. No, I think that is. I don't know. I kind of feel like it's giving up because, like, how much different can it really be? Right? It's got to be, especially, I've seen some crazy shit on the advertisements on porn. They have this thing that'll like that's got to be enjoyable, right? That's got to be enjoyable. But how are you ever going to go back to speaking to people like a normal person? I don't know. I just feel like that's a line I can't cross. She will never talk back. Who will never talk back? To who? About what? Yeah. Send it in a clear plastic box. That's what I want. All my neighbors to see. They know that I've got 2 parking spots out front and there's only ever my car there. They know. Throw your back out. God damn.
Sky, like I'm not gonna lie to them.
Richard, you know what? To be quite honest, I was expecting the same kind.
So again, real quick, he's they're trying to talk. I guess Jenna and Moff had a conversation about Jenna and her friends, and now Rich is trying to say, okay, let's bring your friends on the show and actually have the conversation instead of having you as a messenger. That's where I think we're at.
In a conversation that I had with you, I was quite.
All right.
For yourself, Jenna, why can't we get your girlfriends to come on the show? What are they afraid of?
So basically, they're afraid of.
Like, I'm not going to kiss her ass, but I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to lie to them.
Richard, you know what? To be quite honest, I was expecting the same kind of conversation that I had with you. I was expecting that when I went over to Stereo to have the conversation with Moff. And at one point in the conversation, I asked him, I said, what is the point of this conversation? Because, and I said it multiple times, the alpha males that I grew up with, they don't do a lot of negotiating or discussing or debating with women. So I'm trying to figure out, if we're having this conversation, is this about a solution? What solution are we going to be having? And he said at one point, oh, this is just for entertainment value. So we're going to bicker for entertainment value? Is that what we're doing?
I wouldn't call it bickering. I would call it a discussion and a debate.
What part of the solution confuses you, though, Jenna? Because, I mean, like, I've talked about the same concepts over and over again. People ask, different questions, but they're all very similar to stuff that I've dealt with before, right? Like, there's probably only 10 or 15 real questions that keeps popping up. So I've already kind of dealt with the solutions for my audience as it stands. So what part of that is confusing, though, to you and the girls?
There's not. Okay, so here's the other.
I have no idea where Morty is.
It's about delivery. There's nothing that you say, Rich, that I don't really understand or disagree with. At one point, I flat out said, ladies, we're too fat. Like, a culture where the women are size 16 is unacceptable. It's unattractive. And you're not going to force men to find this attractive. And
again, Lupaka, she came into the conversation having been, Moff was talking about her and saying, oh, she did this, she did this, she did that. And so she's coming in to defend herself. So if she's bullshitting, then that's one thing. But I would have the same intensity if I had a conversation with somebody and they were misrepresenting what I said, especially if it was to reinforce this this message that's supposed to be so foolproof that you're not even representing it properly. Well, I guess you guys are in agreement that she's coming in hot. But yeah, I don't know. I tend to. Oh, there he is. I can hear him. What are you doing up there? Eating my food or some shit. I can definitely see, if she's being legit, that it makes sense for her to have this energy.
And you also know that it's unattractive because half of you, if not all of you, are having sex with the lights off. So stop it. But when we have this conversation,
I haven't had sex with the lights off my entire life. The lights are always on.
You see what I mean?
When I go to work, the lights are on.
Right. But you see what happens when you take care of yourself? You tend to have a little more pride in yourself. And also, you tend to have firmer boundaries. So
right. So when you're talking to the ladies and you say, ladies, you need to lose the weight, like, what do you mean? Like, you're talking to the people, like the women watching my show? Are you talking about your girlfriends? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yes. So another thing, so about my girlfriends, like, it's a mixed bag, right? And also, as you, like, I wouldn't say that I have a massive group of friends. I have a lot of acquaintances, and then I have a few friends. Within my friend group, I have a couple of women who are just drop dead gorgeous. And like literally just look like they should be on a runway somewhere.
Well, by your subjective standards.
Yeah, no. I'm like, guys, we're all using the standard that, a non-pregnant Adriana Lima is hot, a Megan Fox is hot. That is the standard. I'm using Sports Illustrated as the standard, not this new fat girl, whatever.
Got it.
But
so that's what I'm saying. She's coming in hot, but she doesn't seem to be, she seems to be on point. And maybe that energy in general, you know, when you're talking to a guy that you are trying to get with, then, you know, maybe that's not appropriate. But if you're having a discussion, if you're having a debate, and you are right, and somebody's coming at you, and would you please go lay down? Then, you know, I feel like this energy is appropriate. Pocket says, us alpha guys would end that shit quick. I wouldn't let her get started. He invited her on the show, though. Like, wouldn't let what get started? You wouldn't let women speak? Because that's similar. That sounds to me like some fresh and fit. Like, oh, she's not going to just eat up what I'm saying. I'm just going to jump down her throat and throw stats at her and not let anything, you know, not let anything come out. I don't know. I mean, of all the bullshit women that I've heard, she at least seems like somebody who is listening and engaging and not just trying to, you know, not just using that sign language, not just trying to be right. Jimmy Dean says, yes, the all my friends are too hot, are all my friends are hot too trick. Yeah, she can be coming in hot, and it can also be justified. Thank you, Jamie. Pocket says, I would have talked how pretty she is and deflected. What? How do you know she's hot? Unless you really love M&Ms. I mean, unless you really love M&Ms.
But I also have some girls in the group who are gelatinous. And I have tried to speak to them. I have these conversations.
What did I just say? She seems like it's not, you know, if you're going to take this position that women do this and women do that and so on and so forth, you have to be able to determine that on a case-by-case basis and be like, oh, okay, she seems to be legit. If you can't do that, then you don't have the right to be blanket generalizing women, because you can't tell when they're, you know, acting right or they're acting up. You don't know the difference. I'm not saying you specifically, but if you can't determine that, then you don't know the difference, and you're not qualified to say that she's doing what women typically do, which is what women typically do. Just, you know, kind of brush it off, make it seem like they're right. Oh, my friends are too hot, and da-da-da-da. But that's not every single conversation with a woman. And it's silly to pretend that's the case. And it's naive to act like because she's a woman, you can assume those things. We got to be fair. If we want to be right on this, then we have to be fair. If we're just throwing out shit, then it's just some loser, black-pilled, incel fucking bullshit. Book says, try to re-engage when she's happy about the nice things I say. What nice things? He didn't say any nice things. Did you hear me talking about this last night, Jamie Dean? He said, oh God, I'm about to watch Snowflake Mountain with buns, and it looks so funny. I'll be throwing copious amounts of copium at the TV screen. No, honestly, that Snowflake Mountain show is legit. It is hosted by two like outdoorsy dudes, and it's got a whole group of like loser, soft ass Gen Z people, and they put them through it. And you know, it's about responsibility, self accountability, all that, like real values. So as far as reality shows go, I like that one. I wasn't feeling well yesterday. I did put it on 1.5, but I blitzed through that whole season yesterday. So that's the kind of show that I wish we would do more than, you know, just like the Kardashians or the Housewives or whatever. Like says, the way those guys are doing it is like two stone walls. They have to make the doorway. I really don't know what that means. I think that is what they're doing. They're putting their position out there, letting her say her piece, and then you know, calling her out on what they believe is her bullshit. And again, Rich wasn't, as far as I understand, Rich was not present for the conversation that Moff is talking about, which is the whole reason Moff is there, to tell him about the conversation. So Rich is just like us, where he doesn't know anything more than what's happening in front of him. So let's continue.
Which ones are complaining about dating the shitty men? The gelatinous ones or the Megan Fox ones?
Here's the funny thing. The gelatinous ones are actually having an easier time with men because most guys will stick their whatever in anything. So the hotter ones aren't even getting approached. So you'll see.
So the hot ones are saying that they're dealing with loser guys.
Yes. So even when they kind of lower their standard, for example, like one of them, she makes over 6 figures. So, and here's the other thing when people say this, right?
I'm a PhD.
To be natural beauty is a wonderful thing. And one of the things that I said to the guys, I even said it in the conversation with Mom. If you want a lower cost of living and you want women who are naturally beautiful, usually you find.
Can I just pause you there for a second? I just want to go back to something that you said, because you opened with she makes 6 figures and then you went on to beauty. But what part of 6 figures?
Exactly. And you know where he's about to go. But the point being, he let her speak, and then he took what she actually said and is basing his response on what she said, not what he thinks she's going to say, not what we expect her to say, anything like that. Just having the conversation, engaging with it like a person.
Is going to appeal to men.
Right. It has nothing. It doesn't appeal to you guys at all. The point I was trying to make about beauty is that women who tend to make a lot of money tend to spend money on beauty in a different way than women who don't really have a lot of money, right? So we tend to gauge it by, listen, I go and I get my nails manicured every 2 weeks. I get facials every 2 weeks, plus gym membership, laser hair removal, waxing, that's how we pile up our value when it comes to dating. We go, what is it costing me to be beautiful? And what is it costing me to put effort into myself? And why wouldn't I want a person who does the same thing? That's what I mean. So
how old are these Megan Fox Sports Illustrated girls?
They're all on the younger side. So they're all 20. One is, I don't remember her age. I think she's like 25, 26. Another one is 31. The other one I don't remember.
I'm thinking there's something missing here, Jenna.
Ooh, something missing. So let's see. Jamie says, I'm a backpacker and have been since I was in my dad's pack. I would take personal offense if the Zoomers were my generation and acted like what I'm seeing. Yeah. Pocket says he has good points, but she won't listen, no matter what. Again, I'm not really sure what you mean. What point? What? Oh my God, Morty! Jesus fucking Christ! These things drive a dog insane. You get one more. You're not supposed to eat them like fucking treats. You're supposed to have one a day. Jesus Christ. I'm curious, Opaka, what is a point that either gentleman has made that she's not listening to? Because I feel like so far they're still talking about, and it's only just now where Rich said, I think there's something missing here, and is about to make a point. So what point has been missed so far?
Something missing, because if you're describing a 25-year-old hot girl, what's the problem? There's lots of, like, is this chick in Toronto?
Yes.
Yeah, there's lots of like tall, fit, rich, funny, competent, captivating men in Toronto.
Yeah, but the same thing with being a hot woman. It's the same thing as being a hot man. It's almost a dime a dozen now. There's so many hot, like, to be a beautiful woman almost doesn't mean anything anymore. Because
are they reasonable women though? Like, are they fun to be around, or are they like yappy, annoying ones?
With the exception of one of them, because I don't.
And see, again, that's her that's her engaging. That's a good question. Are they, okay, fine, they're hot, but are they reasonable? Are they fun to be around? Or no? And she didn't just say, yeah, of course, they're like the best ever. Like, oh my God, my friends are amazing. What is that? Come on. And so I'm just curious, what is it that she's, what's, I don't really see what's wrong with what she's saying. I'm right there with you guys in terms of how women typically do this, that, and the other. But Opaka says, when they say something, she's always like, no, it's like this. Jamie Dean's got to leave. Thank you for hanging out with us, Jamie. I really appreciate you. And we'll see you again next time. So I agree that, Lopaka, that when they say something, she's always explaining like, no, it's like this. But that if you have a disagreement, that is how the conversation's going to play out. Like, if you and I were to talk about, an the last Volkanovski versus Holloway fight, and you said you say you think that Holloway won, and I say that Volkanovski won, and I'm talking about, okay, well, in round 2, this happened, then you would say, no, everything that I say, you would say, no, well, then, you know, da-da-da-da-da. And I would say, no, da-da-da-da-da. That's how a disagreement happens. So there's nothing wrong with people disagreeing. It's not a woman's place to just listen to whatever a man around her says and just, that's ridiculous. That's silly. You have to earn that. You have to earn that by engaging the conversation, engaging her intellect, and doing better. That's the other problem with all of this stuff, this red pill stuff, this, whether it's Kevin Samuels, MTR, Rich Cooper, or anybody else, that just like these, we now are seeing, okay, it really is that women, by and large, do feel entitled to more than they actually deserve. That is true. But it's also true that women got there partly because men who ain't shit, who can get ass from them, are not treating them appropriately. Now, of course, it's on the woman to make sure she's vetting the people that she sleeps with. But as culture is changing, as we're saying, oh, women's lib and all that, all this stuff back from the 70s and 80s, it's only now that all of that is catching up, and we're saying, hey, there's consequences to that. I know, me too, biggest diggers. I wish we could see her. And Lopaka says they both have a point to make. It seems like they're not on the same page. Well, exactly. I think that is much more of an accurate statement, and that's fine. That's why when Jenna asked Moff, like, what are we doing this for? And he said entertainment. I don't think that's a bad thing because these discussions, while entertaining, also lead to a better understanding of each other. So it's not always about finding a. I was gonna say something I shouldn't have said. It's not about finding a solution that's the end of all of our problems. It's about advancing the conversation so that we can have continue to have the conversation, get closer and closer to a solution.
I don't hang out with her that much because she's a buzzkill. The rest of them are actually kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Well, I would love to have that conversation. I mean, you know what blows me away? I've been doing this show for, I don't know, like 45 episodes on this one, plus the 104 episodes on Before the Train Wreck. I rarely get women that call in. I get women that watch the show, but I rarely get women that call in. And then you get other series shows like Kevin Samuels almost exclusively only talk to women.
That was a rule.
Yeah.
Only women call in.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, if I made that a rule, the show would only be like 40 minutes long because I'd get no call-ins because women don't want to talk to me.
Yeah, well, I actually, part of the last conversation that I had with Moff, so basically what happened is, and again, if you listen to the conversations, even though I disagreed with things that he was saying, I never once personally attacked him. I never once kind of went for the jugular and implied that he was.
Let's see. Is he agreeing or disagreeing?
Was worthless or he didn't have the credentials to be speaking. If you do that, you did do that. You flat out said to me, "Did you graduate from college?"
Not what I said.
And then,
go back and
yes,
listen to the recording if you want, Jenna. I asked you if you had a college degree.
Oh, okay. So and then semantics. That's his other thing. And then
Yeah, but there you go. If you make stuff up, at least get it right.
Okay, so do you see the kind of
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Look, we had 2 conversations before that. You were on for me and Jaron for 2.5 hours on Monday after the show. Then we did another conversation the night after. And then you called me on Wednesday twice. You tried to get me to talk to you on stereo again, and I was busy. And then I gave you a third try where it's just about. So, like, don't position this as if we had one conversation and I jumped down your throat.
I never said that.
This was hours long.
I think that one of the problems that you're going to struggle with, Jenna, is that the angle that you generally come at talking about the sexes and relationships and the advice that you want to give men comes from your experience working on the phone. What do you do on the phone again? You're like a sex call in line or something like that?
Yeah. And
phone sex line?
Yeah.
So like all of these nerds are like calling you up because they want like the attention of a woman. You've got the sultry voice knocked out of the park, which is perfect for what you're doing. And then you listen to these guys like unload their shit on you. Probably, right? Talking about their shit lives or the wives that won't bang them or the girlfriend they can never get over. Am I right?
Yes, I do listen to that, of course, but that's not the only place that I'm hearing it. And then also, I would really encourage everyone to listen to the conversation. I believe wholeheartedly that one of the big issues that I have with both genders is just a lack of decorum. I can disagree with a man and not rip his head off and tell him that he's worthless and a piece of shit or a worthless human being.
And this is exactly what I was saying about Kevin Samuels, is that sometimes the women definitely Sometimes the women definitely need that, brick to the face type of talking where it smacks them because everybody's been sugarcoating everything around them. But other women don't need that. And it's not nice. It's not a nice feeling to be called out on your shit. And especially in a society where that's not something women typically deal with. They are typically allowed to get away with whatever they want. Then it hits them different. And so now that's what she is talking about. Yeah, trying to get on a dude's show, right? Yeah, his show, not his girl. She definitely has the phone sex voice down.
I didn't feel that kind of respect when I was talking to Moff. When I was talking to
I didn't say any of those words or anything of the sort. See, here's what
guys,
you do.
I need you guys to listen to the actual conversation where Moff actually.
Did I say you're worthless? Did I say you're a piece
I
of
didn't
shit?
say that you're. I didn't say that you said that. I said that you said.
And see, now Moff's getting defensive. Kevin Samuels would be like, I'm spitting truth. Did I say anything that wasn't true? Did I say anything that Moff is out here straw manning what Jenna is saying, and all she was saying is that she would like a certain level of decorum. And now Moff's like, I didn't say you were worthless, and that's what women do. That's deflecting. That's not alpha shit. Alpha shit is being in control of your emotions and being able to communicate to other people in a way that works for them because they are not able to do what you can do and control yourself. That's, in my opinion, way more alpha than just being like, well, I didn't do this, so that's false.
Said that you were implying that that basically I'm uneducated, and then you also said. I said, well, I think at one point in conversation we were saying something, and I said, Mom, I often date you, and you go, yeah, you're too old for me anyway. Like, what is this? Like, what are these little childish digs?
What do you want from me?
What do you mean, what do I want from you?
All right.
You're the one that's supposed to be an alpha male, Mom. How is it that I...
Anna, why are you getting so emotional right now? Relax.
All right, now we're...
See, again, why are you getting so emotional? Because you're being a dick, dude. Like, you are being a dick. And whether you're right or wrong, you're being a dick. So to say, why are you being so emotional? That's defensive. That's a defense mechanism. To throw the conversation away from what you are doing. This is what women do. That's how women argue. Oh, you gonna cry? Why are you getting so mad? Just have the conversation. You didn't engage anything she said about respect. And it doesn't matter if she's wrong. Then let her be wrong and be right. This is not a way and you could see Rich is like, I don't want to deal with this shit. Because Moff is a follower. He's a follower. He took a little bit, and definitely they were going to argue no matter what. Because Moff is not really interested, in my opinion. It doesn't seem like he's interested in having the conversation. It seems like he's interested in elevating his own image. And you got to look out for that when you watch this stuff. You're not seeing that from Rich. And you're not going to see that from people like Kevin Samuels, but you will see that from people who follow Kevin Samuels, who think they're Kevin Samuels. You got to watch out for it. Because the worst kind of dude to be, instead of just a normal dude, is a dude who thinks that they're the shit because they listen to this, that, or the other. And now they've got it all figured out. We've talked about Dunning-Kruger before, right? This is let's see. Dunning-Kruger effect. What the fuck is images? So this thing right here. This is what happens when you learn something new. You know nothing about nothing. Oh God, get rid of that. When you know this is your competence and this is your confidence. So when you know nothing, you have low confidence. But then you watch Kevin Samuels, whoever, you learn a tiny bit and your confidence goes way up to here. What is this called? Peak of Mount Stupid. You don't know shit, but your confidence is way up high. Then you learn more and you learn more and you're like, oh fuck, I don't really know as much as I thought I did. And you end up in the valley of despair. You're like, oh fuck, I know nothing about any of this. And then you continue to learn more as you realize you didn't know much. See, here, you're not doing much. But here, you're like, oh shit, I need to learn more. And you go up the slope of enlightenment. That's how this shit works, man. I mean, and you can't cut it short. There's no shortcut. There's no shortcut. You have to be able to be aware of where are you? Where are you on this this chart? Whatever the topic is, where are you? You should always be somewhere around here. You should never get this high, although, again, it does happen. And you might get this low, but that's okay. But in general, this should be your goal, to constantly be climbing this slope. That's what I got to say about that. Let's finish that up and move on.
Now we're going for the ad hom attacks. Let's, Jenna, cool your jets. You know, off. Thank you for filling in.
Why you gotta go and do this shit to me, man?
Dude, I saw her in like the green room, so I'm like, all right, I'll bring her in because she was listening. I figured, what the hell?
No, all right. Anyway.
I think she likes you, dude. Honestly, no. I think you guys make a cute couple.
Dude. Never in a million years.
I'll dig up the picture that she sent and I'll send it over to you if you want. Right. Then we'll make the connection.
Do that, Jenna. I will say this publicly on this forum. I have no beef with Jenna. I don't think she and I are going to see eye to eye on things.
Yeah, you won't. Yeah.
Again, we're coming from two different separate places. She wants to throw ad hominems out and attack my character and all that. That's fine. She totally can. That's okay.
All right, no problem. I'm going to get to some of these call-ins and, let me catch up with the super chats.
So somebody brought up simps earlier. This is from this week.
Soccer anywhere? I need it for something. No, hasn't been around. What are you hiding? No, give it to me!
The Sip House.
What's up? My name's Brian. I'm the #1 simp in the house. Oh my god. Brienne just liked one of my comments. Whoa, no. Yo, let me smell your thumb, man. Whether it's arguing with anyone who wronged her online, liking and commenting on everything she does, sending her money, I mean, it's all part of this simp game. Some of these guys like Newman, they're barely simps. Hey, Newman, how much money did you give Brienne this week? $80 so far, tops? Yeah, $80 so far. But what do you want me to buy her a milkshake? Yeah, maybe. She doesn't even like milk. If you're a real simp, you would know that.
Hey, what's up? My name is Newman. I'm the biggest Brianna simp in the house, whether that's buying her Grubhub.
It's funny until you really realize that dudes actually live this way. They actually live this way.
Sending her money. I'm your boy. Oh, she just texted me to get her Uber.
Check this bad boy.
What?
Hey, Don, mind if you let me some money? What do you need money for? What do you need money for? Brianna, she's in need right now, and she needs a real simp.
No, she just asked me. She needs it for training.
No. She's not a real simp if she needs money.
You're not a real simp, dude. You broke. Hey, what's up? My name's Donnie. I'm kind of like a Chad of the Simps. I'm just like the simp. I work overtime as a dishwasher, because she's a queen. She gave me this brush, and she gave it to me, not Newman, not Brian, me. Because I support her. I'm the #1 simp. I am the simp king, if you will. Let me tell you, if she's selling something, I'm buying. And I ain't looking at the price tag. All I'm doing is calling out my manager, being like, hey, I need more hours. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, I'm also a bit of a musician. I wrote her a song, which I hope to sing live for her one day. Brienne. I'll never let your bank be empty. I'll never let that tank be empty. Following
you home is tempting, but if I follow you, I won't have time to work to pay the bills. Yeah, we started singing now too.
What the hell, guys? That's my song.
So as we are watching this, I want a vote. Do we want to see leftists refuse to work until student loans are canceled, or John Oliver fails on rent?
Were you listening to me practicing the other day?
Not really.
What the fuck? Sorry, Brienne.
Yeah, I don't know. They pay for my bills. They just pay for most of my stuff. They buy me things. I usually make them bring me things in a public space because they do make me feel unsafe. So this is like a reality show they're trying to make? That's sad.
You are a goddess, you are a queen, and we will get you whatever you need.
Yeah, things get a little hectic in this house, but these guys cannot simp battle on my level.
Well, you two are so bad at simping, you called her a normal Uber to Equinox. Yeah. You're so bad at simping? This is my impression of Brianna when you send her money. It didn't seem like it went through. Can you please check your bank and see?
Oh, shit.
Well, she doesn't even sound like that.
You're so bad at simping. The last time you left her groceries, you knocked on the door. Whereas I would just leave them on the floor and walk away unannounced. It's not even, we've been simping, son.
Dude, you're so bad at simping. Whenever she gets a scuff on her shoe, you just clean it up.
Yo, somebody text that number. See what's good with it.
Instead of buying her new ones. What is that?
There we go. 212-380-1169.
You're so bad at simping that last time she asked you about her Magnum condoms for the guy she was seeing, you brought her small.
What? No,
Oh my, you didn't get her Magnums? Oh my, dude, you know she's a size queen. What were you thinking? I can't believe she had to go through that.
Fuck you guys. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. You believe this?
Jesus Christ, man.
Poor thing.
Oh, man.
So, fun fact, but I actually bought the small condoms on purpose because I bought the ones that are my size. That way, when lucky fellas using them, it's like my penis is inside of her. You know, I'm just sipping on a different level than these two clowns.
Called me an old-fashioned simp, but I would have bought her the condoms she asked for and deserved.
Oh, right there.
Got a good one.
Because I put it on
right.
this, right? And I pretend it's
Heavy. Something.
No, when Newman came in looking for that sock, let me tell you, my heart was pounding.
Well, you know it's my sock. She gave it to me fair and square for buying her a plane ticket to Miami.
I don't think you have money for a plane ticket to Miami.
Well, I stole my mom's credit card. Maybe if you guys were half as simple as I would be, maybe you'd have a credit card. You know, if Brian and Donnie wanted Brianna's sock, maybe they should have bought her a ticket to Miami. It's in here somewhere. I know where it's
not in here.
What are you hiding? Give it to me!
Guys, look, you owe us both money for rent, okay? So that's partially our
Well, get in line, buddy. I'm paying Brianna's rent first. You know, we just want to show people that, you know, being a simp is something that you should not be ashamed of, and instead be proud of.
You definitely should be ashamed.
To cut the sock into 3 equal
You
parts.
1,000%.
You get the toes,
Oh, Jesus.
the heel, Brian.
Oh, Jesus. Hold on. You definitely should be ashamed of being a simp. That is for sure.
And you get the rest.
Donnie and Newman thought that I was making a concession by taking the middle part of the sock.
Start with the toes.
But in reality, it's the best of both worlds.
So smooth.
Yeah, I can't wait to do that. Let me do it. Let me try. My turn.
Oh, that sock? Yeah, to be honest, that actually wasn't even my sock. I just found it in my house and I let him have it.
My fellow simps, I just talked to the producers of Simp House, and Brianna is coming to our house.
Holy shit!
Do I do shirt on or off?
Should I put the fork doors out just so she knows that we appreciate her work?
I just fixed my pants.
Oh, God.
Do I do shirt on or off? What do I do? We don't know! Hurry!
When they told me Brianna was coming through, oh my God, my heart was pounding. Just the idea that I was going to get to be in the same room as her.
I'm sorry, I'm crying. It's a pretty big deal for me.
I don't know if this is weird or not, but I actually disabled the handle for the toilet just so that if she goes and uses the restroom, she won't be able to flush. What, are they messing with us or something? I don't get it.
Well, I'm looking at her phone here, and there's no activity online. She's a ghost at the moment. Oh, God, it's been like 3 hours now, and the producer just stopped answering our texts. Is there someone at the door? No, it wasn't.
She's supposed to be here by now, but we're just waiting and waiting and waiting.
I think it's probably happening. She probably pulled out and coming to her house because this guy pulled a knife on her ex-boyfriend. It was a butter knife. He posted a photo with a new girl after 1 month. Are we not going to grieve Brianna?
She's supposed to be here right now. And
the producer's calling. No.
Hey, what the hell's going on?
Hey guys, this is the Simp House producer. Something came up and Brianna's not going to be able to make it today. Sorry about that.
That was AC. I didn't get off the piss this time. All right.
I don't know. I just kind of went to lunch with my ex. Kind of didn't want to go.
This is the worst fucking day of my life.
All right. So nice little a nice little comedy jam in between more serious topics. We did pretty well with the the last middle ground that we did with from what do they call it? Jubilee. So I figured since they put out a new Pakistan, he just call another chick. That's alpha shit. That's alpha shit, bro. But yeah, that was just some fun times. But now let's get back into some serious shit. And the question for this week is college necessary? So how many of you guys went to college? How many of you guys didn't go to college? How many of you guys didn't go to college but you wish you went to college? How many of you guys didn't go to college and you're glad you didn't go to college. What is your college situation? Let's let this roll. I want to hear from you in the meantime. Don't be a bitch. Let me know what's good.
Day was the day I was born. I'm not gonna stop supporting her, but I just want to die.
I am not a happy camper right now, which is maybe the understatement of the millennium. I'm not really sure why they would mess with us like this.
There we go.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. My parents expected me to go to college.
So that was a huge yes for me. There was no question about whether or not I was going to college, mainly because I was, relatively smart kid, and my parents definitely could have afforded it. And I graduated high school in 2008, so there was no question about going to college. Obaka says, no, it's a waste of money. By the time you graduate, what you learn is obsolete. Depending on what it is, but by and large, I don't know if it's that what you learn is obsolete. I just think there's so much now that what you learn is just not valuable to begin with. Obsolete implies that it was, if you're in like some computer technology or medical science, then yeah, by the time whatever you learn 5 years later, that's going to be obsolete. But if you're in gender studies or you're an English major, it's not obsolete in the sense that it was relevant when you were learning it and then it became obsolete. That's just useless. You're not going to do anything with that. Let's see.
Even though my dad didn't go to college himself, he, went through a little bit of like an associate's degree, but his main thing was a photographer. And then my mom, being from Jamaica, completely different, education being her way of.
Same. Lepaka says all my friends do something other than their degree. Yeah, I have a degree, bachelor's of arts in psychology, and I was doing something in that field for about a month, and then I was like, oh, fuck this. Then I was serving tables for a while, had no idea what to do with my life. My mom was like, yeah, don't you like dogs? I was like, yeah. She's like, why don't you be a dog trainer? I'm like, it's a good idea.
Getting out of that kind of environment, poverty, things like that. She always wanted me to go to school, and they both put me through private school to better prepare me for college. So they kind of started me off on the path as soon as they could.
Growing up, I actually didn't even realize there was an option to not attend college. I thought that part was mandatory, but you may or may not graduate. It was very important to my grandmother as well, being a college professor. And when she and my grandfather graduated from college and earned their master's degrees, they were literally able to take that to the bank as a down payment on a home. At the time, a college degree meant guaranteed income.
My dad was always the type of person to say, get your degree, I don't care what it's in. So I always felt a little bit of flexibility about what.
Get your degree, I don't care what it's in. That used to be good advice, but everybody took that advice and just got a degree, and it raised the level of like employers, like the last lady was just saying that her degree was enough. Her parents' degree was enough for a down payment on the. That was enough to show that you went to college, that you had the degree. That was enough to get a loan and on a mortgage. But now everybody has a bachelor's degree, so it doesn't mean anything. And so if you're not doing something directly in the STEM field specifically that needs particular certifications, then it's hard to say that college is a good idea for anybody. Lobaka says, I call my brother doctor. He's been in school 15 years, changed majors 2 times. That's a long time for only 2 different majors. 15 years? That's usually, what a lot of women will do when, all that stuff we were talking about dating. They don't know what to do. They get out of a relationship, and what's their first thing is they go back to school. And again, that changes how the balance of things about how many women have masters and PhDs and how much they're making, and what men have and what they're making, and especially at a stage in life where we have women in their late 30s making a lot of money, lots of degrees, when the guys in their 30s are not in that same way, even though many of those guys in their 30s who are not doing much now very much will be men of value, at least the value of those women in a few years. Like for, but it's it's changing the landscape in a way that doesn't reflect the skills that are being learned. It doesn't reflect that people are getting good skills. As this just doesn't matter what you get your degree in, just get a degree. Elo says, I know a lot of friends who got meaningless degrees and now work menial jobs. Yeah, exactly. That's what Lopaco was saying earlier. And also to say, because my parents pay for it as long as he's in school. Yeah. Yeah. That, that was the situation for me for a long time. That like, okay, if I just extended, what I was doing in school, then the expectation from my parents was that, oh, okay, as long as you're getting your education, we'll pay for it. Like, okay, well then I'll just keep learning shit. It doesn't really matter what it is because I don't have to do anything. And I think that's a good, sentiment that parents want, like, no matter what, just go and get educated. But because of, the student loan debacle and how the numbers have just gone insane, what you can't even blame parents. Parents don't know any better. It's not the parents' fault. Whose fault is it? The government's, as usual.
Specifically I wanted to do. And that's why I kind of took community college as a time to try a lot of different things and see what I'm interested in and not break the bank. My name is Pam and I'm pro-college. The main thing that I feel like I missed out on by going to community college first was that I wasn't given the opportunity to pursue leadership roles in like clubs or things that I was a part of. There is a bit of a stigma.
Why? They have clubs and shit like that at community college.
With transfer students that you were not, you weren't there on campus long enough. I encountered a lot of people who would discuss feeling imposter syndrome.
That sounds like bullshit.
Or feeling like they weren't good enough to be at a school like UCLA, that they couldn't do as well as the people who had been there all 4 years. And I definitely felt that feeling sometimes as well.
That sounds like a you problem, honey. That has nothing. No, I've never heard that from anybody. Ever. That's just like a thing in your head. So I don't really know what that has to do with college or not college or anything. That's just a you problem, girl.
Can the disagreeers step forward?
Okay, so remember the prompt was, my parents expect me to go to college. So those stepping forward did not feel or did not agree.
There was no expectation for me to go to college whatsoever. So it was really my personal decision to go. I saw a lot of poverty like in my community, in my neighborhood. And so how do I avoid this situation as an adult? There was no plan B for me. So it was like, if I don't do it, I'm going back to my hometown and I'll be working at a factory somewhere, or I can do it and, see what happens. I definitely agree with Elo here. The imposter syndrome is probably real. I think that's one of the most common things for anybody in any and every industry. I think no matter what you do, you suck at it in the beginning, and there's so much fake it till you make it in the, in the world at large, that imposter syndrome is something. If you haven't felt imposter syndrome for anything that you've done, then you're probably not pushing yourself hard enough. The feeling like you are somebody who has enough to say that you're going to sit in front of a computer and buy all these lights and subscribe to all these things and get a background like this and everything. It's not easy to feel like, yeah, oh no, I definitely have, I definitely am worth you sitting here for 3.5 hours listening to me talk. But I wouldn't do it if I didn't really believe in it. And I may not be perfect right now, but you guys are here on the ground floor. This is, everybody thinks that they're the shit, but I really am. So you can believe it or not, but y'all are here on the ground floor, and we're only going on from here. It also says you get a lot of women and minorities being accepted into colleges they can't handle. That's a whole other conversation. But I think that, I think there's been less of that lately, but definitely in the late 90s, early 2000s, the affirmative action push
was definitely problematic, as they say. Apparently, we've just entered the I don't know if you can see that. It says college use of affirmative action is problematic. So perfect segue. Let's see what they've got for us.
College's use of affirmative action is problematic.
So my personal experience with affirmative action, when I went to the PWI, I was chosen pretty much based on affirmative action. There was a lot of heavy marketing. Hey, come to our school, come to our school. Affirmative action can be problematic in the sense that when these students reach campus, there is no place for them.
Yeah, it's like, okay, they have clubs, they have other people that they could reach out to, but it's more like once we get you in.
So did I miss that it was only the 2 people that came forward saying that affirmative action is problematic?
You're on your own. You got to figure it out by yourself. And I also think it's being.
Wow. So only the 2 of them. Only the 2 of them think that it's problematic. And the rest of them are just like, yeah, I don't know. No, that's cool. Just, get people in based on their skin color. That's never gone wrong before.
Problematic when it comes to society, because now you're having a lot of white Americans saying that the only reason this person got into the school was because of this reason.
Especially private institutions, these Ivy League schools, certain types of people attend these schools. If you don't necessarily fit their standards, then once again you can be ostracized from that group. My name is Zakia and I'm pro-college. Not going to college is a privilege depending on who you are and who you know.
That's one I haven't heard before. Not going to college. Not going to college is a privilege now. We really are in the upside down. We really are in the upside down. Not going to college is a privilege. Maybe not needing to go to college is a privilege. Maybe that's what she meant to say. But in what world are you living in where those with privilege do not go to college and those without privilege go to college?
I feel like colleges support minorities depending on where you are. For me personally, I'm from Baltimore. There were opportunities for minorities. Of course, it's a majority minority city. If I was in another
minority, if you're in the majority, then you're not a minority. Obviously, I know what it means. It's a minority in general, but this area, I get that. But I would never say that out loud.
Other states that was maybe more conservative or predominantly white, I do feel like I would not have had as many opportunities.
Meritocracy can't exist in the same place where you have nepotism and legacies and all of that. But there's always some sort of an action involved in getting people into universities. I personally know someone who attended classes at a certain Ivy League university with a future president. And he was a terrible student, but of course he got in because he was legacy and his family donated a building. So
okay, and yeah, that definitely happens at, more esteemed universities. But again, this is just talking about college in general. And when we're talking about community colleges and small state schools and stuff, I don't really think that is really as relevant. So Elo with a coming in hot with I'm not going to say that, but they not only get into college, they not only get into colleges they don't deserve to be in, but they get in for free too. Yeah. I mean, that's the idea, is that the idea is that as a community they were held back, and so as a community they're trying to be put forward. I have no issue with saying that, look, we have a section of the population that was treated unfairly for a significant period of time, and we want to see what we can do to amend that. My issue is when that goes too far. There's very little that we can do, but there's also not very much that we should do. Because it's not the people, it's not, it's the whole sins of the father thing. We can always try to be fixing what happened before, but then we're going to get stuck in that cycle of always having to be figuring out, okay, what was unfair yesterday? What was unfair yesterday? How about we just start being fair today, and then we're good. Plaga says we have a severe shortage of skilled workers. Yeah, that's because everybody is has a master's degree and wants a cushy job, and it's because the government is willing to the government is willing to loan out money for these schools, and so the schools are like, hey, if the government's paying for it, then let's jack up the prices, and then you get these kids signing up for hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt with no idea what exactly they're actually doing. And then asking the rest of people who either didn't go to college or already paid back their loans to cover their loans. Because Dingus says, we have been taught if you don't go to college, you won't be successful. Absolutely. And I'm very glad that that's changing. I'm very glad that that's changing. Evidenced, if nothing else, than by this video.
That's how you become president. That's America. Affirmative action is good to give people an opportunity who wouldn't otherwise have it.
I think the intention is good, and you can't,
Well said. The intention is good. That doesn't make it a good thing.
Can't speak to intention when the system looks the way it does.
We also have to factor in the aspect of finances and money and schools making money. And when we're talking about intention, yes, there might be one professor that's like, oh, I'm so glad you're here. But that doesn't speak for the entire university. That doesn't speak for the board. Is the intention to give us minorities an opportunity, or is the intention to not hear complaints?
To boost their numbers, boost their diversity levels.
Well, I actually think about it differently. I think affirmative action, definitely works against nepotism. And I feel like if it were not no affirmative action, a lot of Black students wouldn't be able to go to PWIs. And so I agree that, once you get there, there is a difficulty being a student of color on a predominantly white institution. With that position, it also was the other side that would say that same thing. They would say, we won't let you in because you won't be a good fit here, because you won't fit the culture. And that's the way that they would use to bar people from being able to go. And so, I won't say like it's better for them to turn us away because they don't have the resources. Like, let me get there and let me figure that out for myself versus you telling me that I won't be a good fit there. And that's what affirmative action allows. And I also will say like,
I don't know if I agree with that, but that's a take that you can have.
White women benefit from affirmative action more than any other minority group. It's not necessarily about, students of color specifically being allowed on campus. It's about, minorities being allowed.
All right. So Elo says the presence of affirmative action at Ivy League or similar reputation schools is a larger issue than at state or smaller schools, since the people who make decisions in this country overwhelmingly come from the Ivies. The decision makers in this country coming from these Ivy League schools are becoming increasingly lower IQ, gay, feminine, Jewish, and Black and brown. Well, I don't have an issue with any of those except lower IQ. I mean, if you're feminine, if you're gay, if you're Jewish, I'm brown. So, I don't have an issue with our decision makers being more culturally and superficially diverse. The issue is when that diversity comes at the cost of diversity of thought and diversity of ideas and the homogeny of ideas. When everybody thinks the same thing, but we say that we have diversity because they look different. That's the issue. It's not an issue that we have brown people in positions where they can make decisions. That's not the issue, and I hope that's not what you're saying on my platform. But it definitely doesn't bode well that those are becoming the qualifiers. We certainly shouldn't be deciding who or appointing the decision makers based on outward appearances. It should be on a meritocracy based on what you think and what you can do. Pretty simple.
A degree doesn't qualify you for most jobs.
A degree doesn't qualify you for most jobs. I think I would agree with that. I would go forward, but from either side, we've only got the two. We've only got two people.
I think where we're seeing the world currently go in terms of the job market is
two women.
A lot of employers are hiring for experience. They're hiring to see, do you know what you're talking about? And that's where I think internships really come into play. And that's why a lot of college students are going for internships, is they need to go out there and get that experience. So that way employers want.
Internships are bullshit. If you're ever going to take an internship, the next time you apply to a job, just take the word internship off of your resume. A job is a job is a job is a job. If you did the skill, then just putting internship or that you were an intern on your resume is just going to give the company a reason to pay you less. So if you interned as a graphic designer, then just put part-time graphic designer. Functionally, there is no difference, except for the fact that they didn't pay you. But, functionally, in what you are doing, there's no difference there.
To hire them. No employer is going to turn you down if you're like, hey, I have all of this experience, or hey, I know how to do exactly what you're hiring for, but I didn't go to college for 4 years.
Having that listed as a qualification.
I disagree with that. There is becoming an increasing level, it's becoming increasingly more popular that people are hiring based on skills and are not just looking strictly at, what school did you go to? What was your GPA? Do you have this degree? All that stuff. It's becoming more common because people are starting to realize how easy it is to get a degree and how little that tells you about the person. So Elo says, do you think if all qualifications being equal, that white, black, Hispanic people should be the leaders in Japan or Korea? Well, I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, are there like, is there? Yeah, I don't understand the question. If there's people who are living in let's just take Japan. So let's say there's people living in Japan and they're white, black, or Hispanic, and they're in a government job. Why would they not be in a leadership position if they applied and are qualified for it? I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. I think what I think you're trying to say is that it's assumed that the white, black, Hispanic person would be coming from a different place, and maybe, but again, I'm not really sure. I don't really look at I don't really look at people like that. It just it doesn't. That's not how people should be judged. That's not how people should they be leaders? Well, it doesn't matter if they're black, brown, or Hispanic. It matters whether they can be leaders. And if the Japanese people are behind that person leading, and they happen to be black or white or Hispanic, then goddamn right they should. Well, so that's what I was saying, is that you think that the white, black, Hispanic people are... That's different because Japan and Korea have their own lineage, different from America. We don't have that same lineage, and there's nothing barring anybody from any certain ethnicity from having the roots and stake in the country that they're in this country. Whether you're white, black, Hispanic, Japanese, or anything else, you can have those same roots. You can have the same stake in this country. Maybe that's not the case in Japan or Korea. Maybe that's not the case here. But I don't know. I'm not Japanese or Korean, so I can really only talk about America. And in America, I don't really give a shit. As long as you're not picking people based on the fact that they have an outward appearance, then we're all good. Pick people based on what they can do, and we're all good.
And a requirement kind of is like a gatekeeping thing more so than who's going to perform the best on the job. I'm Michelle, and I'm anti-college. I became anti-college when I graduated high school valedictorian, and I realized that continuing on with college would be a death sentence. My godmother actually gave me a book called The Education of Millionaires, and she hadn't read the book in advance, so she kind of thought it was going to encourage me to invest in college. But what the book actually did was explain the stories of a lot of people who became millionaires without a formal education.
I have news for you. The people who built this country are dead because they're old. That's it. Are there people who come who my parents are immigrants. I'm not sure what's the issue with people who are immigrants continuing to immigrate to a country that is made of immigrants as long as they're upholding the values of the country and living by our value and assimilating to our culture. Now, if they're not, then sure. But that's not an immigration problem. That's an assimilation problem. So what is the issue with legal immigration? That's how this country was built. Are you a white nationalist? They don't have the same values or culture. Well, like I said, if they are willing to assimilate and learn the language, then what is the issue? And we're not talking about illegal immigration. You didn't say illegal. You said immigration. So please explain to me how my parents don't have the same values or culture because they were born somewhere else. I know I'm not some wokester, but I'm still brown. I still have immigrant parents. I mean, that's just some weak shit, bro. That's some weak shit. Sorry. So the same prompt, a degree doesn't qualify you for most jobs. These are the disagreeers.
Most companies don't take the time to read that resume. They read it through a machine. If you talk the talk and know certain people to jimmy your way in there, you don't really need the qualifications to do the job. People who have the qualifications don't get the job.
I've been job hunting over the last couple months. I started a spreadsheet where I was putting how many of them are asking for X amount of years of experience. Almost all of them were college degree needed. I still even got maybe 3 or 4 for every 40 that I applied to.
Which is everybody's experience.
Originally from Miami, I used to work for the county and I used to work for social events. And now that I've moved here, it's really hard for me to transition towards the same field because I tell people, hey, look.
But you just did though. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that you said, you didn't say illegal immigration. You said the people who built this country, the dead people who built this country, are being replaced by immigration. Yes, that is true. It is. So you need to represent why that is a bad thing. That is a thing that is happening. But you are saying as if it's a bad thing because they don't have the same values or culture and they usually don't even have the same language. But that's not the case. And you're doubling down. So the average, simply, there's no test to be born in America, right? But there is a test to immigrate to America. So it would make sense that the people who immigrate legally to this country have a stronger desire to be here than those who were born here because they were just gifted it. My parents who immigrated to this country worked a lot harder to be part of this country, this culture, all of that than I did. I just popped out and was here. So again, my question to you is, how is immigration, legal immigration, a bad thing? You haven't, you made that claim. Or maybe you didn't make that claim, but it certainly seems like you're making that claim. But you haven't backed it up by anything. You're just, like the other day when we were talking about Biden and he was talking about how this is such a sad day for this, that, and the other. He's just saying things, just empty platitudes. That's what you're doing, bro. Maybe you'll on panel time we can discuss it, but you might be off on this one.
I used to run football tournaments. I used to host food drives, but because I don't have a degree in marketing or in event coordination, people, like you said, when I put on Indeed, they say, hey, you need a degree to get in. But because I don't have that degree, I'm not even allowed in the door. My name is Kenny, and I'm pro-college. Going to college is really important to me because I've had a long line of family members who have been educators. My mom, who passed away from cancer, was a teacher. And when she came to this country, the only dream that she had for me was to go to college. In the early stages of me going to school, it felt like a very hard burden to carry the fact that I don't know what I want to do when I go to school, but I just have to do it because it's somebody else's wishes. But eventually, when I started growing up and realizing that I have my own reason for going to college, and I, on top of that as well, can fulfill my mom's dream, was something that really kind of pushed me towards wanting to continue my education and going to school.
All student loan debt should be forgiven.
Oh, Jesus.
It's crazy to me that you go
Oh,
for 4 years
Jesus.
and you are paying off hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and you might actually meet all of the payments, and you still have like double to pay. A really popular payment plan that we've been seeing, Purdue University started doing this.
All right, let's. You know what? Here we go. Let's do this. This is not a text conversation. So Elo, come on up. Let's hash this out. We'll watch this until
Share agreements. So instead of paying for your degree up front, if college actually helps you land that job, you start to pay a small percentage of your salary over the span of a few years. And after 5, 6, 7 years, whatever percentage you pay, great. If not, and you're not making a lot of money, then like the college actually failed you in helping you get that career that was supposed to in the first place.
I like that. It puts accountability on the institution where it should be.
Absolutely.
Not the borrower.
It's very easy to be like, well, in like the Nordic countries, you pay $5 and you get your degree. Like, it's easy, but it's different here, and it has been, and it will be unless some big change happens. But I don't know what that is. I don't know how do we address the millennials who went through college and have racked up billions.
Okay. Well, a heterogeneous society is in general, a good thing. You don't want to be living in an echo chamber. So in general, that's not even a bad thing. I don't understand how it creates more racial tension. The racial tension in this country is mainly between white people and black people who are born here. So that's just bullshit. And most immigrants tend to bring their problems, meaning crime, with them. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? You're going to tell me that among the legal immigrant population, there is more crime than the indigenous black population? Are you sure about that? No, I can't stream hard because his phone will overheat. So I guess we'll just have to sit with that and wonder.
In debt, and how do we change it to make it better for our future generations too?
And I really think it should be canceled just because of the pretenses in which the loans were actually given out.
So let's back this up. Let's back this up because I have some quite strong feelings.
As well, and growing up and realizing that I have my own reason for going to college, and I, on top of that as well, can fulfill.
Oh, not so you're saying that illegal immigrants are so terrible, but just not as bad as black people. Gotcha. Okay, now I understand you, Elo. I just wanted to understand what it was that you were saying. You're saying immigrants are bad, but just not as bad as black people. Got it.
My mom's dream was something that really kind of pushed me towards wanting to continue my education and going to school.
All student loan debt should be forgiven.
So this, again, like I said, I have strong feelings on this because
it's crazy.
Because other people have strong feelings on this. And it seems pretty it seems pretty obvious to everybody who doesn't have student debt that forgiving student debt is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You took out that money, you spent that money, and forgiving debt doesn't mean it just disappears. It means the rest of us, again, who either paid for college already or didn't even go to college, have to cover that. And again, you really only see people who have college debt making this argument. And I guess it makes sense that you would want to get rid of your debt, but to think that it's actually a viable thing, then Elo, well, this is not a text conversation. We'll have this conversation face to face because you're making yourself look bad. And I don't think you mean the things that you're saying in the way that they're coming off. So when you got the time yeah, I'm definitely not putting that up. That's racist as shit, and I'm not down with that. So if you want to come up and talk about it, and we can talk about it, but that's not appearing on my screen.
to me that you go for 4 years and you are paying off hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and you might actually meet all of the payments and you still have like double to pay. A really popular payment plan that we've been seeing, Purdue University started doing this. It's called income share agreements. So instead of pay for your degree up front, if college actually helps you land that job, you start to pay a small percentage of your salary over the span of a few years. And after 5, 6, 7 years, whatever percentage you pay, great. If not, and you're not making a lot of money, then like the college actually failed you in helping you get that career that was supposed to in the first place.
Accountability on the institution where it should be.
Absolutely.
Not the borrower.
It's very easy to be like, well, in like the Nordic countries, you pay $5 and you get your degree. Like, it's easy, but it's different here, and it has been, and it will be unless some big change happens. But I don't know what that is. I don't know how do we address the millennials who went through college and have racked up billions in debt, and how do we change it to make it better for our future generations too?
And I really think it should be canceled just because of the pretenses in which the loans were actually given out. I'm like, it's literally the definition of predatory lending in terms of.
So what about all the housing loans that went out? You saying we should forgive all those too? We should forgive all those debts? We should give all the people who were kicked out of their homes in 08, we should give them their homes back? Because those were predatory loans too.
You know, giving thousands of dollars to someone with no credit score. Yeah. And so, you know, when they get those loans and they don't really understand, like, the interest is racking up. And then 6 months after you graduate, and whether you have a job or not, you're going to have to start paying them back.
I'm talking your shit.
My disagreement is in the way that it's handled. There's this particular scam, which is widespread. People have gotten caught up in other scams, and those are not just immediately forgiven. I do understand that it's kind of like, it's a different situation because of how much pressure was placed upon you getting into the scam, even governmental pressure as well, which is why, you know, they bear some responsibility in it.
I was a victim of one of these scams. I took a few loans out, and then my last year, I didn't have enough. And so I took a $5K loan, and that one was the worst one. Like, what held me back from stepping forward was the word all. Some people might have taken out that loan, gone to college, and now they're making tons of money that they can afford to pay it back. If somebody's capable of contributing, then why wouldn't they? Exactly. I'm Daniel, and I'm anti-college. I took a lot of different classes while I was in art school, and I gained, I guess, a wider set of skills than my other brother did. The thing that felt unfair to me was that it cost the same for us to go through college, yet I got a better return on my schooling than he did. And he still has to pay the same amount that I was having to pay. If someone's unsure of their career path, is it worth them going hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt when they don't know what they're going to do with their life?
College campuses are radicalizing.
Oh, they better all jump forward on this one, because this is the most agreeable statement that I've seen on any Jubilee middle ground.
Young people.
Y'all pussies? Nobody's coming up and talk? All right.
Hesitated at first because I was interpreting that as the universities influencing people, but I don't think that's the case. I think people who might have certain beliefs are going to college and just spreading it to their peers. So in that regard, I would say college campuses are contributing to that.
When you see a headline and you see that a college is pursuing this or it's agreeing with this, I feel like it has a lot more damage towards the story, as if the school is promoting this type of behavior. And I feel like because they notice that a lot of people are getting a lot of attention for those specific schools, it's like, okay, let's give them more incentive to do it, because it's helping our name get out there.
If you're not, you know, in these spaces where you're hearing a lot of arguments from every side, it's easy to be like, well, that doesn't apply to me, so why would I care? I think for me, at least, being
You mean like with the student debts, the canceling a student debt? Yeah, well, that doesn't have to deal with that. I don't have to deal with it, so it's easy not to think about it. Exactly. What about the rest of us who have to fucking pay for it?
in a college environment, I was forced to see these things and more exposed than I would have been if I hadn't gone.
When I heard the word radical, I like paused it for a second because I think it has like a negative connotation just in the media, and so I feel like when you
you
hear people say radical anything, you're like, you know, like, okay, that sounds like something bad. And I feel like it's really the education, like they're learning more about the society and about the history of the government in America. And so that does sometimes make you angry and makes you want to speak out and, you know, become an activist for a certain topic or position.
All right, let's see. So we got the two ladies. I believe they were the two who came in on another question where they were the only two. And it may have been, I don't know. It was, what was it? It was the affirmative action one, I think. Oh no, it was her and somebody else. But
in my mind, though, it's no different than what algorithms are perpetuating on social media right now. You know, if you're on Twitter, you're going to be following people that are within your space, and you're going to be seeing that content. And I think that's actually playing more of a role in radicalizing and doing more in the political space than what we're actually seeing at college campuses.
Me personally, I grew up in a conservative Christian household. Growing up in those environments, I feel like radicalization, it really starts at home. It starts with what your parents tell you about people. I think that when we get to college, we're in more of a free space to voice these opinions. And even on social media, there's also a little anonymity, so people feel more comfortable sharing certain viewpoints. I feel like these things start at home and they're just pushed more to the forefront once you get a little older.
Oh,
Colleges
Jesus.
prioritize making money
Come on.
over providing quality.
And again, I think we can all agree that this is 1,000% what colleges do. They prioritize making money over quality education. Okay, good. They all know what's good.
As someone who works at a college, it's a business first, and I see that firsthand. I think it really does come down to the bottom line for a lot of institutions in terms of them making money. And so they will make certain decisions in terms of, what will allow us to make more money, what makes us look better as an institute versus, necessarily the care of the student being the primary concern.
The teachers that I had at community college were no better or worse than the ones at UCLA, sometimes better. They were nicer, they were more approachable, smaller class size, more classes available in community college. When I got to UCLA,
I 100% agree with that. After I graduated, I had gone back to school thinking I was going to do, I don't even remember. What was it? I don't even remember. But I took some like accounting courses and some other shit at a community at my local community college. But and the teachers actually cared a lot more than when I was at university. And I happened to go to Rider University, was a private school, so there was smaller class sizes there too. But definitely like all my friends who went to all my friends who went to Rutgers, like they would have like 300 people in their class, and it's like, how do you connect with 300 people? You can't. Not as a teacher.
I thought, like, there's one class and it's only at 5 p.m. Are you kidding me? Like, how am I supposed to make a schedule about that? So I kind of realized a lot of things when I got to UCLA that, like, this is not exactly what I thought it would be.
The college that I graduated from, they had a heavy focus on freshmen. It was all about freshmen. Bring in more freshmen because the graduation rate is already so low. Freshmen bring in money. Freshmen are there the whole year. And then if they stay, they stay. If they don't, they don't. They were changing all of the dorm buildings to freshman dorms so that only freshmen have housing.
And about the quality of dorms too.
Oh,
the
trash,
tens of thousands of dollars you're paying.
Terrible.
What is that? How does that make sense?
Also, when you look at public,
that's a good point I never really even thought of. Like, my dorms were shit. And again, I went to a private school. It was like 40 grand a year.
And you see the salaries, 90% of the time you're going to see that the highest paid person is a college coach. And that'll show you where the actual money is going to, and it's like millions of dollars more than every other.
Well, it also shows you where the money is coming in.
Person that works at the institute. My name is Casey. I am pro-college. College was an opportunity for me, definitely, with the ability to lift me out of poverty. I grew up in a single-parent household, raised by my mom, and so I think that just the ability to go to college and earn a degree set me up for higher-paying jobs and the ability to pay my mom's bill as well as be a better person in my community.
The college acceptance system is rigged.
Go lay down.
So I went to one of these events at the school that I was really strong about, just to learn more about the admission process. And my mom ran into one of these acquaintances she met from like back in the day, and he had put all of his children through the school. And one of the things he told us was that the school made it super competitive to get in so that their acceptance rate looks like, 8%. But for transfers, it's much higher. Like that's the way into, I would argue, most of these schools if you don't have the proper grades, or maybe you can't afford it that year. There's back doors, and I'm just hearing that, I'm assuming there are more back doors.
My dream college when I was in high school was I really wanted to go to Georgia Tech. I started my college admissions process in West Virginia, and going and visiting the college counselor on Georgia Tech's campus, they were like, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to hit, this is how many APs you need to have. My junior year, my parents moved us to Tennessee, and I ended up applying to Georgia Tech from Tennessee, and I got denied. And I was heartbroken because I had met all of the stats that she had told me to meet. I ended up calling my admissions counselor at Georgia Tech because I developed a relationship with her. And I remember crying with her in the car and just being like, what happened? And she straight up told me that if you would have applied from West Virginia from your school, you would have gotten in. My name is Mehek, and I'm anti-college. When I first entered college, I thought that
I really don't know much about the admission system. I got into the college that I wanted to, so it just, sorry, I don't know. I mean, I guess I was just that good. but I really wasn't. I had a pretty average GPA, and I still got like half my tuition paid for in scholarships. But then I continued not to get great grades, and they took away that scholarship.
You had to have a college degree to be successful and to start your own business. And I met a bunch of people that had dropped out of college that were between the ages of 18 and 23. That was eye-opening to me because there were people that had raised millions of dollars to start their own companies and they didn't have that college background. My mom has her master's, my dad is a doctor. So for me to turn around and say, hey, I actually don't even think I need 4 years of college. I think I can actually just go out and do things on my own. It was a big cultural shock for them.
So this guy thinks the system is not rigged.
As like what we said in terms of being a business. And I feel like all businesses are rigged to make as much money as they possibly can. The institute makes more money when students are out of state and paying out of state tuition. Knowing what we know about college acceptance, what would you all want to see? Like, there's no way that every person that wants
a great point
to go to a particular college can go. So it's like they have to find some way to weed people out.
I think there needs to be more transparency overall with universities. Students really need to be like aware of like what they're going to college to do, who they are looking to learn from. I think will be beneficial. Can they learn from them once they get there? I'm Kyle and I'm anti-college. If I could do it all over again, I would choose not to go to college because there have been several benchmarks that I can think of where I've progressed creatively that have happened outside of the classroom.
Which we should be hearing what kind of field these kids are in. Because like, it makes a lot more sense if you were, an artist of some sort. And you're talking about how art school didn't really help you. But again, if you're in STEM, then it's going to be a little bit more applicable.
In terms of experience or things I have learned from people working in the industry or lessons that I have discovered about myself just from sitting, doing the craft that I want to do that more or less was not taught in the classes that I thought I would be taught.
We should stop telling kids that they should all go to college.
All right, the last one. I think this is, I was going to say.
I think some kids, if they are really, really excelling in the school, then that you want to encourage that one. But you'll always have that kid that just has no idea what they want to do, and that person shouldn't be pressured to go. Shouldn't even be encouraged to go. They need to just figure out something. But
or if their skills are not conducive to a normal degree, like go to trade school, learn a trade, and you'll make money.
I think that we need to switch away from telling every single kid that you need to go to school. More like, hey, look, if you don't want to go to school, here are some other options.
Yeah, definitely like more career focused, more profession focused. Like especially like some of our cases when we're expected to go to college and people don't care like what degree you have. That's a little bit of a red flag because you really need to be intentional about the choices you make.
College is no longer an indicator of future success. With the internet, with just all of this access to knowledge, you can create your own future outside of college. And I think it's really good for helping you move into career paths where like doctor, lawyer, where like you do need a higher education. I think other than that, I think it's a lot cheaper and it makes a lot more sense for people to find a trade school or to go to their local community college and just get the skills that they need to so that way they can start working.
I was going to say, I definitely don't think that college is for everyone, but I think that most of the time when we hear conversations of people saying you should go to college, it's usually from people who did not go to college. It's like generic advice in terms of like, you should do something with
it's not, dude's dropping bars.
Your life. That's really what they're trying to tell you, and they just use college because I do think it is still an indicator of success. Like I know you said it's not, statistically, you are more likely to make like $1 million more than an average high school graduate.
That's a wrap on the group discussion.
All right, guys. So lots of stuff that we missed out over the week, and definitely a lot more. If there was more of you here, and maybe if you were dropping some stuff, we would have some more stuff to talk about. But that's all I have for you. So, last chance. Is there anything that we missed that you guys want to talk about? Drop it in the comments. Let's talk about it. Let's go through it. Is it an article? Is it a video? Is it your own channel? Whatever it is, let's do it. But I don't have much else. I think that, we're going to continue to do this most Sundays. I think I am going to back off of the Filthy Casual MMA watch party a little bit, just because it is a lot of time. And, Dr. Evil Genius, the host, has been, a little bit less willing to engage in, political discussions and wants to just, be about the, whatever's going on. And I think that's perfectly fine. But for me, I feel like we're, just kind of sitting there watching something that's not on the screen and just yelling, oh, he got him. That's not much of a show. So I definitely can see the without me drinking a lot every Saturday night, being on stream for 7 hours. Let me know what you guys thought of the Sunday service. I think it works perfectly with the IndianJesus shit. Let's keep it rolling. I enjoyed every single one of you. We had Elo in the building. We had Lopaka here very early. Jamie Dean was here for a while. Biggest Diggus was in the house. We had a bunch of people, and I think it was a cool hangout. And not a lot of people are doing shit on Sundays. I'm always looking for stuff on Sundays, and it just seems like not much is going on. So drop some comments in the on the replay. Let me know what you thought of this whole thing. Hit me up on socials. I've got those right in the bottom there. Make sure you follow me, and of course, make sure you're subscribed to the channel so that if I go live at a random time, which is very likely to happen. I am not a super organized person. I'm not going to be, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays from 4 to whatever. That's not going to be me. I'm just going to be live when I'm live. So if you miss it, you miss it. So if you want to be part of the party, hit that subscribe button and make sure you ring the bell so that as soon as I go live, we are here. Lopaka's still in the building. Thank you very much for hanging out. I really appreciate you guys. Until next time, I am the IndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.